I'm going to go ahead and hit record. And for those of you who just joined us by watching the recorded video, good for you. You guys did a smart thing here. We had a bit of a total cluster-foobar trying to get this show started. Personally, I blame Adobe Flash, or at least the Adobe Flash Media Encoder. It was beautiful. I was crystal clear, high definition, sexy shenanigans, and then, we did a show and everything went to crap. I said crack.
That'll happen.
Everything went to crack. Joining us from iTricks. Actually, let me go ahead and get your proper screen capture over here. By the way, some people probably have already noticed something missing from the screen. Do you know what that is, Justin Robert Young?
Oh, I certainly do. In a very personal way.
Oh, in a very personal way? I'm afraid I don't really like where this is headed, sir.
Well, I would like to direct everybody's attention, where to be, this way? Yeah, take a look at what's missing.
Wait, there's something, well, then, right then I clicked on that, so that wasn't so good.
Check it, needle.
Yeah.
Nothing there.
Little bit of some missing stuff. We already got people calling in on the show. That's a good sign. Always a good sign. And forgive me.
Everybody's jacked up.
I know. This is going to be an exciting show. I got to tell you, I don't know about you guys, but I am excited because the theme, you know what the theme is, right? Did we already talk about this? Or did I just pull you in without you having any idea what was going on?
No, I'm totally pumped because I was, ever since the first time that you talked about it, talked with me about it today, I've been thinking about things to bring to the show, and I think that there's not a person on earth that can not lend at least a bit to this larger pyramid.
Well, that's what I like about it. It's something that everybody can talk about and has their own story. There we go. And one of the masters of this kind of tale, joining us on the fourth bubble of the Quad Laser, it's Mr. Daniel Martin, current nominee for, what is the award? Most badass person in the universe, or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
It doesn't matter. Vote for him. Vote for DanMartin.com.
Yeah, vote for DanMartin.com, right?
What?
Oh wait, we got sit tight, Dodd. I wanted to get Dan's story first, and then we're gonna bring in Dodd Vickers from the Magic News Wire, who also has a great story. All right, I think it's about time for us to let you guys in on what's going on here. First of all, welcome to the BB Live Show. I'm your host, Brian Brushwood, and unfortunately, I don't have any of my graphics because we are using a brand new version of VidBlaster. Some of you guys know I've been using. Yeah, I know. They say on the chat room that I'm totally in original Nintendo 8-bit. And it looks like Dan just dropped something very important. I'm not sure what just happened there. Everything's cool?
Bottle of wine.
Oh, everything's fine. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. All right, so got a little bit too ambitious. We started the upgrades by actually decorating the studio. We actually look like a proper studio in here now. All kinds of crap all around. Look at that. Yeah, did you see that? This is the banner from, we just did a week-long stint at the convention for college entertainers, and so, this thing was just going to sit in my garage anyway, so I figured, hey, let's decorate the place. Looks pretty fancy, which is something I like. Second thing we decided to do is we went ahead and upgraded. We got rid of this business over here, and the reason is, get this, turns out the guy who writes the VidBlaster software, which we are huge fans of. I said we are huge. That's not really proper talking. Which we are huge fans of. He digs the show, and I'm going to put together a demo for him of his new product, VidBlaster Studio, which the one thing I read about it said VidBlaster, and I'm like, okay, what's the deal with it? And it says high-def streams, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, my computer could barely handle VidBlaster as it is right now. The hell am I going to do with VidBlaster Studio? And he said it actually takes up less resources than VidBlaster. And I'm like, you might as well told me that my hair was on fire. I just did not believe him at all. And it turns out that he's right. And so VidBlaster we got going, so we got a kind of licensing. I got a lot of work I got to buy my way out of bondage with that stuff. But we're hoping to get that stuff worked out. And let me do this. And then finally, there we go. Well, that's two of us. Oh, I don't have a proper quad laser format set up. So let's go ahead and set up source number 3 as camera number 3 and see what that does. There we go. That's not bad. You can see all three of us. covering up
nice.
Justin Robert Young. Sorry about that.
There we go. Let me get directly impact the logo there.
Yeah, where you belong, sir. There we go.
Shun me away. Oh, there we go. Double style.
We'll do
Double
two of you. I know you like that.
Digging it.
And then we'll switch this over to maybe player one. That'll work. There we go. All right. So the theme of the show, since somebody says on the chat room that it's kind of creepy watching Brian from behind, which isn't that normally what you do on chat rooms? Is you watch people from behind?
Sure.
All right. Why don't you tell us what the theme for today's show is, Mr. Jury, Mr. Justin Robert Young, the first.
All right. Submitted for your approval. Brian, obviously, you have your scam empire, led, of course, by your Revision 3 series, Scam School, your Scampire.
That's right.
One might say. So what I guess we want to do here tonight is just go over a greatest hits of personal scams, and what we're kind of broaden that definition to ways that you've socially engineered your life just a little bit better.
All right.
That you've taken advantage.
Apparently,
of the system.
giving this job to Justin was a bad plan. I apologize. What we
want
want to do? We want to hear.
Yeah, I'm not you.
We want to hear your stories of the best scams you've ever pulled off. And we're not talking about actual criminal stuff, although if you have criminal stories, we totally want to hear that. We want to hear about stuff like scoring free upgrades into first class, stuff like the way you scammed your way out of a parking ticket, that kind of thing. And what else? And to start us off, actually, I pulled in two people that I believe are masters of the sneaky upgrade and scam. And we're going to deal with the first one now, Mr. Daniel Martin. How you doing, Daniel?
I'm doing great, Brian. How you doing?
I'm doing very, very well, and I'm going to switch the camera over to you just as soon as I load up the graphic that gives us the display of all the names for, of all the ways to get a hold of the program. And apparently it's taking a little bit longer than usual. I'm going to blame either Uvu or Skype, because one of those is the new thing that just started happening when we switched over to this. I'm not sure what the story is with that. But I'm almost there, about to click on this thing. There we go. And if you want to get a hold of the program, well, that's not what you do. This film has been declassified. Apparently,
just
what I did was.
Everybody knows.
There we go. Okay, if you want to get a hold of the program, you can get a hold of us. You can always catch the latest show at BBliveShow.com if you want to Skype in, although right now that channel is taken. If you want to Skype in, you can get a hold at BBliveShow. Toll free, you can call us 866-462-4424. That line is open if anyone wants to call in on that. How to know when the shows come up, you got to go ahead and follow me at twitter.com/Schwood. So start us off. Mr. Daniel Martin, master of the scam. Tell us your most epic scam you pulled off.
Ooh, that's tough. There's been a few.
Tell us an epic scam.
Okay, let's see. All right, I won't give certain details because I don't want to give away all my secrets, although I'll give you one tip at the end of the show. So, the best scam I ever pulled probably was a couple months ago. There was a concert that I really wanted to go to at the House of Blues. Didn't have tickets. It was one of my favorite bands, wanted to go see them, and so we decided to go outside in line and wait for the standing room only to see if we can get a scalper with tickets. So while out there...
This is the House of Blues in Chicago, right?
Yeah, it kind of rhymes with House of Blues, so yeah.
Yeah.
And... so while we were outside, I decided to call the House of Blues, ask for the general manager, and I played my own publicist.
And what did that sound like?
Something along the lines of,
hello, this is House of Blues.
Is, Brian Brushwood. I am the publicist for magician Daniel Martin, who is in town doing press junkets, and he just got tickets to your show tonight. Is there any way you could sneak him in before the show actually starts? And they said no problem. And
so your whole goal was just to avoid the line. You see a big line, and you're like, I'll call it, pretend I'm somebody important, and skip the line.
Yeah. I just didn't want to have to wait outside with some of my friends, and I wanted to make sure I could, get close to the stage. So they ended up putting me on hold.
For some reason the video stopped.
Yeah, we're frozen. We're all frozen.
Can you guys hear the audio? Is it just the
history.
video or is it the audio as well?
No, the audio.
I don't know.
The audio as well. Vid and audio.
Audio's good.
Okay, apparently they can hear the audio. All right, hold on. All right, they say they can hear us, but meanwhile, kudos on pausing Dan's face. Look at Dan in the lower right hand.
That's the best.
Okay.
He's like pretty sassy there.
And Brian, I'll tell you what, me and you look like we couldn't be less amused. This is like
I'm clearly playing
horse
Tetris.
pucky.
I'm clearly playing Tetris, and you clearly are masturbating listening to this story. All right, I will try to restart this. We'll see if that helps.
Okay,
I don't know if we still have anything. Okay.
FYI,
Oh, you know what? And the audio. Oh, this is great because
magician when he was jacking off.
Yeah. This is actually good news. Sort of. It's good that we're not using the Flash Media encoder because the video stream and the audio stream are separate. That's why they're able to hear us nonstop. So it sucks that we're pixely, but it rocks that we didn't have a complete explosion. Just
look
then.
at that.
So yeah. So first of all, keep telling your story, Daniel, as if you were.
Yeah. Well, actually, real quick, Dan, I'll tell you what. This reminds me of a similar thing I did in a French restaurant where I claimed I was Abe Froman, the sausage king of Chicago.
Nice. Well, here's the deal. I use this stuff all the time. I'll give a hint to the listeners in a little bit. But all right, so we're outside. I decided to call in and say, hey, look, here's the deal. He's in town. He doesn't want to be mobbed by fans and stuff.
And you actually said that.
I did. And, and here's the deal. And I'll tell you why it worked at the end. So they told me to go to this particular door, knock on the door, and there were these two big bouncers. They asked who I was. They escorted us in, private security. Instead of just getting us in, they gave us our own private opera boxes that sat 30 people. So they treated us like VIP on crack at House of Blues.
Which is actually how most of the VIPs are at the House of Blues.
It was. It's on the menu.
In Chicago at least.
Definitely in Chicago. Yeah, it's on the menu. And and so yeah, we had our own private opera box, and we just jammed out to the concert all night long, and sat in these giant cushy couches overlooking the stage in our own private boxes. At the end, I went to the waitress and I gave her $20 and said, "Look, here's the deal." I said, "Is there any way I want to say hi to the band real quick before I have to fly to my next show?" And she said, "No problem, Mr. Martin." No problem, Mr. Martin. They escorted us to the VIP.
You can see.
We're back.
There we go, and we are back, right? Okay, so there we go.
Than ever.
Everything's good, excellent. We are happy. There we go. So audio is back, right? Okay. So by the way, what happened was I just had to completely reboot VidBlaster in the middle of that. Did I mention that apparently VidBlaster Studio is in beta? Found that out.
I love as soon as you get like an actual license, that you the kindness of the guy's heart, he's giving you a license, and it's like, hey, by the way, it's beta.
Yeah.
I just said I want to.
I know, right? I mean,
immediately you're throwing the software under the bus.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm apparently a terrible person. Oh, and the thing that sucks is because it crashed out. That means all my graphics went their way as well. That's all right. I'll reset this. By the way, so if you missed the end of the story, there were hobos and what else? No. Okay, hold on. Here we go. We'll do this right here. And so they never caught you. They never figure out that you're nobody important. They left that whole evening thinking that you were somebody important.
For claiming that. That's great.
All right, so this is what? This is technique number one is to just tell people you're important, whether you are or not, right?
You know what? Tip number one is to pretend that you represent someone important, and you can get into any restaurant or any club or anything you want anywhere. You could have your friend call and say, hey, you know what? My friend is part of the real world, and you'll get in somewhere. Because they don't know what it looks like.
Nobody knows anyone from the real world. In fact, that's probably for the best.
Especially when it's filming. How could you know?
Holy cow! You could probably even tell them. You could probably even tell them, from real world Chicago or something. And oh, that's not bad actually. I like that.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. We got us all set up there. We got the Brady Bunch.
We have killer garbled audio.
Killer garbled audio? You have garbled audio now?
Yeah, super garble.
Daniel,
my audio's clear.
Your audio's clear?
Good.
I'm gonna blame you, Justin Robert Young.
All right.
Yeah. So, I love reading from the from the chat room. They're all just shouting, "Real world Mexico, audio's fine here. Real world Ohio, real world my pants." That's we really need to give you guys your own video there. So you're saying that the trick is, first of all, don't claim that you're important. Call as somebody else. And do you ever worry about them saying, "Hey, you sound just like your manager"? Did anyone ever tell you that?
Never, because they don't want to insult you, number one. And number two, everyone sounds different in person than on the phone a lot of times.
Well, and plus, I would imagine half the time the people that you're actually dealing with aren't the ones that you talk to on the phone.
Never.
Do you have like a fake name of somebody that you bring up that you claim to be when you're calling?
I do. I can't give that one out, but
okay.
Here's what I would recommend. Next time you're driving along, look at the signs for the people that are running for your local elections and use one of their names.
Shut up. Tell me you've done that before.
Oh, yeah.
Holy cow. That's a great one. And so do you actually claim to be them, or you just drop the name and let them kind of figure out whatever they want?
No, I dropped the name. Like, I was driving through Michigan a few months ago, and there was a sign for this guy running for whatever, and his name was Mickey Mortimer. And I thought it was the funniest name in the world, so I'll pretend. I'm like, "Hi, I'm Mickey Mortimer. I'm a publicist for your Brian Brushwood, and he really wants to eat at your establishment tonight. We need reservations for 8 o'clock for 5 people. You're in."
Holy cow, that's awesome. All right. Justin Robert Young, do you have anything that can touch that?
Let me ask this, and it seems like this is kind of a theme with your scams, Brian. The key is putting people in a situation where in the moment they have to make a decision, left or right, and the right, the one that the outcome you want is the safer one for them, that they'd rather choose something that benefits you and not be laid out on the line if they get something wrong, right?
That's a really clever observation. I hadn't even realized that.
That's one of the psychology things that makes it work, is they don't know who you are, but here's the deal. When you're trying to get in somewhere, it's a busy night, so they don't have the time to question you.
Well, and that's the first thing. Yeah. First of all, they don't care who you are. They don't care whether it's really you or not. All they care about is not getting their ass chewed out and for getting their shift over. I mean, that's the thing people don't realize.
Go ahead.
Here's
the thing that people don't realize, too, is that all these restaurants, every club, every bar you go to, every concert, they always have extra seats for people that are VIP. So why not be the VIP?
That's interesting. And I guess what happens? Worst case scenario is now. Does anyone ever call you out like you say all this and someone's like, "You sir are a liar and a cheat."
And a con. No. I mean, occasionally they'll say, "You know what, we can't accommodate them tonight." But here's the deal. That's why you call. You don't do it in person because they're going to bust you out.
And let's face
it, if you do it on the phone, they're not going to question you once you show up.
On the great list of failures, being called out as a con and a cheat, that's kind of kick-ass.
Well, the thing I love about this, too, is that you're never really lying. All you're saying is that Dan Martin really wants to eat at your establishment, and that's probably true. He really doesn't want to eat there.
I guess it's a little bit. It's probably lying insofar as you say he just finished a show at the Paramount Theater or he's special for HBO.
But here's the deal: I'll have the managers come up and ask for my autographs and ask to see a trick, and I can deliver.
Oh well, yeah. Well, and that's the key, is to have a scenario that's close enough, that have a suit that you can feel comfortable in, and by which I mean wear a lie that you could fill out the rest of.
Yeah, don't say you're Brad Pitt and show up and look like Jack Black.
Or Brian Brushwood.
Did
I just give something away that I was drinking my milk, and then I had a milk mustache right there? That milk mustache just disappeared. Everything's fine here.
There we go.
All right, that's pretty good. Do you have another one you want to share with us, Daniel? I just reached forward out of it. I'm going through all this process to make. I'm just drinking my milk over here, and then I reach over. I'm like, oops, sorry.
Those are the bottles they leave. It's the milk.
The milk bottles, yeah. Do you have another one for us, Dan?
You know what? I can kind of give my teaser for Scam School with the TSA if you want me to. We could hold off on that one.
Hang on.
Dude, we're frozen again. We're totally frozen.
Yeah, what is up with that? Making me very sad.
I look really happy.
What's that?
You and Dan look totally high.
Me and Dan, you guys, totally.
No, because both of you guys have your eyes closed, which to me is like the sign of a high person in a picture.
Yeah, they point out in the chat room, they're like, now Brian looks like he's touching himself. All right, that's all right. I'll just reboot VidBlaster again. Apparently this is the drinking game for tonight. Is every time the video or something crashes, you have to drink. So everybody drink right now. And look at that. Nice. Dan actually has a glass of wine. All right, so hold on. Let me. Oh man. I love this show, but it is much like watching a blind hedgehog running around in a box. Boy, you and me are on the same page there. So I'm going to try this one more time.
That sounds like one of Aesop's fables, the blind hedgehog who ran around a box.
Okay, well, I tell you what, while we're doing this, we'll just restart this again. But tell me that other one that you were about to say.
Do you want me to tell it, the TSA one?
Oh, yeah, because this is true, and it sounds too good to be true. It sounds like you're a cheat and a liar, and I totally didn't believe you when you said this. But
okay, tell them. I'll tell part of it now, and then the rest you can hear when you watch Scam School. That's a good segue, right?
Hey, there we go. That's good. Yeah, by the way, for those of you who don't know, Dan's actually appearing on a number of episodes in Scam School coming up. Here come the text messages saying,
Oh, by the way.
Yeah?
TSA lost 2 pairs of $200 handcuffs in my bag.
I saw your Twitter about that. I was so upset for you, dude. There we go.
All right, so here's
Do we have audio? Should be back now. Is audio back?
Audio's back.
Yeah, okay. We got to go through that. That's another thing the new VidBlaster does.
Drink.
Yeah, everyone drink because the audio. And TSA lost your handcuffs, right?
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah.
So, well, tell us about screwing over the TSA then.
Okay, so here's the deal. About 9 months ago, maybe even a year ago, I was going through airport security, and you know how great they are. And so while going through security, they were going through my bag, and I didn't know that you couldn't fly with certain items. And so I had my handcuffs in there, and the TSA agent said, "What are these for?"
You can't have. Wait, you're not allowed to fly with handcuffs?
No, you can't.
Since when?
That's why I had to check them.
Oh, that's bogus. All right. So anyway, so you're not allowed to.
No, who's the scary guy behind you, by the way?
Who? Me? Where?
Never mind. Yeah, you.
Yeah. Okay. Keep going. Everything's
There's someone looking over your shoulder, just to let you know.
Yeah. Good.
Okay. Good. Okay, so here's the deal. All right, so I'm going through TSA, going through security, and they ask, what's this for? And Rabbit Badger says I have the most monotone voice.
Oh, what are you doing? This is an amateur mistake. You don't read the chat room. Come on, man. You stay focused. You're performing.
To eat shit,
if you glance over there, you're not allowed to recognize it. Come on, everybody drink. Everybody drink. All right.
Drink.
Keep going. Oh, wow, he is drinking. All right, so real quick, you're going through TSA. You've got handcuffs and what?
Okay, so here's the deal. He got out the handcuffs. So what are these for? I told him I'm an escape artist. He said, no, you're not. I go, I can get out of anything. And he gave me some crap. It's like, well, you can't get these back. I'm like, listen, Tubby, put them back in the bag. He was a big guy. And
that's the part. That's the part when I heard. I was like, there's no freaking way that he called somebody Tubby at the TSA.
Okay. By the way, never offend the TSA until you're away from them. Just throwing it out there.
Even then, I would think that they can. I mean, they can chase you, can't you? You're in the airport.
Oh, yeah.
Where are you gonna go?
Oh yeah, don't run either.
Yeah.
Don't run.
All right. So you say
so
you
here's the
claim
deal.
you
So
said try me, Tubby.
Yeah, I say, you know what? Listen, Tubby. I said I can get out of anything you put me in. All of a sudden, he slams me down, puts me in his handcuffs, and that was it. Goes to tell one of his friends what's going on.
By the way, in the chat room, he says that we had a secret word, but which I don't think he meant in relation to your story, but I thought the timing was excellent on that. So, all right, so he puts you in.
And scene.
No. Yeah. So what happened? What did you do?
Okay, so he walked away to show one of his friends that he was like a badass, and all of a sudden he came back and I handed him his pair of handcuffs and said thank you, and I walked away.
Holy cow! That's and what did he say or do? I mean, I would imagine you put you in double of them or something.
He stood there and he started laughing, and he couldn't believe that I actually got out of his handcuffs, and that was it.
That's badass. All right. Okay. Well, look, you set the bar pretty effing high right off the bat. But I'm gonna have Todd Vickers call in because he has a similar game to what you do in order to score upgrades. Everybody, Dan Martin. If Dan Martin just got nominated for Entertainer of the Year on college campuses.
Yeah, even though I have a monotone voice, vote for me. If you go to votefordanmartin.com right
Vote
now.
for my monotone voice.
Yeah.
Vote for monotone.
Badger, hit it up. Vote for danmartin.com.
Vote for monotone. It's the monotone.
I have a sleeping 2-year-old, so.
It's the monotone.
All right, so here's the deal.
Yeah. What's up? Somebody just registered vote for monotone. keep going. Tell me about it, Daniel.
Is that my own domain, Smack?
I don't know yet. Why don't you tell us what you had to say?
Okay, so here's the deal. You
go to where?
Go to votefordanmartin.com, and you can vote for Entertainer of the Year, Best Male Performer.
That's good.
In a world where you can vote for monotone.
You probably want to register and vote for monotone just to collect those votes as well. It only costs you $7.49 at GoDaddy if you use the code SCAM3 when you check out. All right, dude. I'm gonna let you go, Dan. It's good talking to you. I'm sorry that your voice in the future. I'm sure it'll be fine.
See you, Brian. Thanks, guys.
Okay. All right. See you guys.
See you, Dan.
All right. So, by the way, I know everybody's bullshit detectors went into overdrive with Daniel's story. Dude, having heard the entire story, I do believe it, and it really did happen. I don't know.
No, I'll tell you what. There's a reason why I definitely believe it. I mean, having worked in restaurants before, I know kind of the atmosphere of those, just in the moment. It's very, very easy to take the benefit of the doubt of, hey, let's let this guy in. I mean, I know, I worked as, in high school at, the restaurant down here in South Florida. We had Billy Mitchell come in before King of Kong was big.
Holy cow!
He came in. Yeah, no, seriously.
And did you know who he was? I mean, it was Billy Mitchell.
I had no idea who he was. Neither did the waitress. Neither did anybody else at the place. But he said he was Billy Mitchell, and he said he had the Kong record. Like literally, he's as arrogant in person as he was before the movie came out.
Are you serious? Because I totally thought they were unfairly messing with him.
No. He's that guy. He is that guy. He was like a legend in the restaurant I worked at before the movie.
Wow.
Because all he talked about was his records and everything. And if a guy says that, you just let him in,
Well, yeah. What's that? You have the high score on King Kong or Donkey Kong? I mean, I should make up a video game that doesn't exist. I have the high score on Thong Blaster 8000.
Yeah. But it's just in that moment when the difference is let him in, which is isn't that big of a deal, or get yelled at 20 minutes later when you might be busier, you usually just let him in.
All right. Well, hey, joining us with another secret to upgrade shenanigans and epic scamology is what would you call, what's your title? The director in chief of.
You'll have to lead with that one because you've been on the receiving end.
Whoa, hang on there, Tiger. This is a family program. I don't know where this is headed. Oh, what I love is in the chat rooms, somebody just suggested you walk into a room and announce, "I am the last starfighter. I demand a table, please." This is Dodd Vickers from themagicnewswire.com. And Dodd...
Lottie Dottie.
Hey, Justin.
By the way, Dodd is the one who made possible our upgrade at the suite. Dan had a really good first go. We tried to get a ski... whoa. That was not what I meant to say. We tried to scam...
You're going to try hard to get a ski.
We tried to scam a suite at the Gaylord Opryland. Now my eyes are drawn. And what's funny is everyone goes, drink. All right, hold on 1 second. We got to bring in Brett Rounsonville. Brett, what is going on, dude? Are you calling to mock my travesty here?
Oh, good God. We've got that crazy lag again. Hold on.
No, that's all right. I don't know if... Oh, you know what? You're hearing both at the same time. Let me put you on hold here for a second. We'll see if he'll get that that worked out. We'll scoot this over here. Wait, why are you... Oh. Hold on. We dropped Dodd for a second.
You're juggling, man.
I know. I should
totally
have.
Lost you there.
No, that's all right. I jumped over to another call. If you go on hold, I'll come right back to you. We were trying to upgrade to a suite. And Dan tried first, doing his whole, hey, I'm Dan Martin, press manager for Brian Brushwood, super important guy, and host of the BBliveShow on the internet. Well, it turns out that Brian does a show from the internets, and he wants to be able to, talk to all of his fans, so you should give us a suite so that we don't trash your hotel. And that worked pretty well. They were like, well, normally a suite upgrade is $500, but we'll give it to you for $225 a night. And we're like...
All right, knocked half off.
Let me get back to you. And then and I was telling Dodd about this, and Dodd was just like, listen, Brian. He spoke in the same monotone as Dan. He said, listen, Brian, I can scam anything out of anyone. I once scammed a hobo out of his last prophylactic. And tell us, what did you do, Dodd?
Well, I think I have the advantage of having worked in the industry for a long time and being on the receiving end
in
of
the hobo prophylactic industry. Is that what it is?
Yes,
what it was?
AdamEve.com. That's me.
Right.
No, in the hospitality industry, and I had worked for, let's put it this way, a luxury hotel company. I was the assistant hotel manager for quite a while.
Can you really not say? Will you really not say what the hotel is?
I worked for the Ritz-Carlton.
Come on.
Hey, there we go. Okay, so what did the phone call sound like? So we heard Dan apparently says, "Hello, I am the press manager for a very important magician." How does yours go?
Well, I had the advantage of actually injecting a little germ of truth into the story that I was giving them.
You had me nervous. We're talking about hobo prophylactics and now injections. Keep going.
I was like, yeah, Hobo Profo is the new nickname for it.
That's what the kids are doing today. Nowadays the kids are all about the hobo profo.
No, part of my job was
also,
actually to handle
I'm sorry,
VIPs and celebrities coming into the hotel.
The guy who keeps bringing up the skeet thing is drink it down. I just want to point that out. Just leave it there.
He's what? Oh, he's what? All right, hold on. All right, no, keep going, Dodd. Look, yeah.
No, that's cool. No, part of my job was actually to handle the VIPs and people like that coming into the hotel. So, we would make reservations at other hotels for them and things like that. So that's what I was essentially doing.
So what did it sound like when the phone rang and somebody said, ring, ring, hello, Gaylord Opryland Hotel?
Well, good evening. This is Dodd Vickers from the Ritz-Carlton Atlanta. How are you tonight?
Why, I'm doing fine. What merits us a call from the Ritz-Carlton in Atlanta, you say?
We have a frequent guest that's staying with us that's going to be coming to Nashville soon. And I was trying to assist him with an upgrade, and he was saying he was having some difficulty, and I was hoping you could help me.
Oh, well, I don't know. We are a very important hotel located right here in the heart of Nashville.
Well, Mr. Brian Brushwood stays with us quite frequently, and he's one of my VIP guests that I take care of, and he was saying he was having some difficulty. I was hoping you might be able to help us, and I don't know what your availability is, but if you would take a look at the weekend schedule and see if you can find a suite to upgrade into, we'd certainly be most appreciative.
Well, I don't know. And I'm going to put the conversation on pause here because this was something that I had never heard before that you'd come up with, is you didn't jump straight to, hey, give him an upgrade. You started off by asking what the current booking rate, or what's the terminology you guys use for that?
Well, I was going to say I had the advantage of, and I would say if you're doing social engineering, take a little bit of time to learn a little bit about what you're talking about.
Right, which is already my mistake because I got nothing. But keep going.
So essentially, you're asking what the occupancy level is.
Occupancy level. There you go.
Yes.
So like if I called up and I was like, "Hello, I work at a hotel. What is the number of people currently in your place?" Like they wouldn't occupancy level.
Float. Yeah, they would kind of go, "Who are you again?"
Right. Okay. Good. So you would ask the occupancy level, and me being at the Gaylord Opryland, I would say, well, we are 91% booked on Valentine's Day, but the rest of the weekend we're down to only 50%.
Right. I was going to say the same thing is. I also kind of lead with, we're having a pretty busy weekend. I assume you are as well.
Oh, brilliant! So you don't just say, hey, you probably have some people there. You're like, well, here at the Ritz-Carlton in Atlanta. Did I mention we're at the Ritz-Carlton in Atlanta? Is that what you say?
And I also say, by the way, hold on to my number, and when you come to Atlanta, I'll make sure to take care of you.
No way! And of course, nobody ever,
because I can make it happen if I had to.
Well, yeah, or you can make the same scam call. You call this.
Exactly.
So basically, this is trading on the reputation of the Ritz-Carlton, right?
Well, no, this is my reputation too, because trust me, I'm in reservation systems all over the country.
Well, I mean, it kind of doesn't even matter because you could probably come up with the name of a hotel as long as it kind of flew under their radar when you said it. I mean, they probably wouldn't even notice, right?
And keep in mind how many managers work in these hotels.
Yeah. You could say the Intercontinental. How many Intercontinentals are there?
You're the assistant manager. I mean, how many of us are there,
Yeah, you say the assistant manager.
Yeah, I'm not the guy.
Right.
I'm kind of one of the guys.
All right, that's pretty good. What is the best? Surely my upgrade could not be the best thing you've been able to score on with this scam.
Oh no, I've gotten great rates for family. My wife's traveling right now, actually.
Oh, is she? Was she calling to complain about the accommodations? Work your magic.
She's very happy. She's in a suite for $35 a night tonight.
Holy cow! See, this is the good right
damn.
here. So, and how long did you work in the hotel biz before you went to the dark side?
I still work in the hotel biz, so we've got to be kind of careful what we say here.
Okay, right. So Mr. Bod Vlickers.
Oh, so that's why you were hesitant to give your employers that.
You know what? I got to tell you, the 58 people in the chat room right now, I don't know that any of them are going to rat you out. I think you are safe as can be, sir.
No, I think I think if you're not trying to. You're not ripping somebody off. I mean, if you really know how the hotel industry works, if the room is sitting empty, they're happy to upgrade you. It doesn't cost them any more.
No, you're right.
To put you in the suite.
I mean, all you're doing is
we have a flat room rate. Yeah.
No, I do the same thing when I call like a lonely housewife and I say, "Hello, I'm from the police department. I'm doing a panty inspection." I mean, I'm not sure those panties are going to end up on the floor anyway. I mean, what's the difference whether or not I'm there to inspect them?
Yeah, they call it an opportunity cost. If that room sits empty, it still costs us $50 a night to have it cleaned, and so
All right, that's pretty good. You got any other for us? Because we're about to open it up to the public for their best stories.
Oh, I'm not even sure where to start.
Oh, no. Okay, this is good. Bring another one. Go.
Well, I wanted to tell you a funny TSA story real quick.
All right. Oh, that's right. Because you texted me in the middle of that shenanigan.
You know how you get those little letters or little notes in your bag saying your bag has been inspected?
Yeah, which I find very creepy. It's like you open it up and it's like, we were here.
Well, I opened mine up, and the first thing I saw was the note. The second thing I saw was the giant magnetic detection wand that they had left in my bag.
No way!
Nice.
Dude! And did it work?
Oh yeah, it was. Well, the battery was low.
So somebody on the chat room just says, "We skeeted in your bag."
That's drink it down. He's obsessed with skeet. Drink it down.
That's pretty good. Do you have it? Can you run and show it off?
Well, no. Unfortunately, I have a very close family relatives that is the director of security for a major airline, so I had to turn it back over, or I would probably, not get the flight privileges I have now.
No, that's a bummer.
But I would say also, one of the things, I know that you and I talked about this offline, Brian. I got to see Harry Anderson when he was on Cheers because I scammed my way into seeing Cheers tapes.
That's right. Because you had two things. First of all, most recently, you scammed your way onto the David Blaine the David Blaine pinata. Why didn't nobody call it the David Blaine pinata?
Did I say that? Did I say that I scammed my way into David Blaine?
Well, I mean, you right. So tell us. Oh, and he's dropped off. No. Okay, there we go. I'm sorry. You what I meant was you used your legitimate credentials to pull your way to.
Well, what I would say, I'll show you a little sample. Here's my little credentials that I use.
Hey, look at that.
Can you see those?
Hold on. Let me see.
Well, and what you do is you mix them in with legitimate credentials. Oh, you lost me.
What? No. Yeah, you're there. You're there. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, some of these are legit. Some of them are handmade. Let's put it that way.
Well, and that's the thing is nobody, and that brings into, look, whether or not theoretically this happened or didn't happen, I don't want to get into that. By the way, somebody in the chat room just asked if those were poison tickets in there. I think those are all magic things.
This particular batch that I pulled out for you, I mean, this is David Blaine, like, buried alive. That's a legitimate pass that he sent me back in the day.
Okay.
And you mix those in with other things, and you'd be surprised where people let you go because you kind of just throw it in there like it really doesn't matter.
That's what I was, and I wish I had gotten my visual aids. You have yours. Will you hold them back up again? Because I want to explain. When I went on tour, I spent a summer touring with Brooks and Dunn, Rascal Flatts, Brad Paisley, and all those country guys. I'm not into country music, and you'll have to hold it up a little bit higher because I only captured the end. That's what it looks like. And everybody had these, literally, I'm on the tour, and they went and they brought me in, and they said, you need your backstage pass. And so they printed out a piece of paper that said Brooks and Dunn Tour, and stuck it in a badge laminator and ran it through and then handed it to me. And first of all, I'm thinking, like, there's nothing customized on this. There's nothing specific to me. There's no barcodes. There's no name. There's nothing. Why could they have not had just a giant bucket of these and handed these out? And my guess is, they want to keep the number of them down. But meanwhile, going around the tour, everybody else working on the tour, not one person had just their one backstage pass on there. It was like a badge to show off your previous tours that you've been on. And hold them up.
Right.
Like, that's exactly what they look like right there. That is exactly what they look like. So just to make myself feel good, I went to Kinko's one day and I made Brian Brushwood all-access backstage passes that I still have to this day, mixed in with the others, just to kind of show off. But then all of a sudden, I just got a text message that says those passes are badass. I wonder how many people will be arrested tomorrow. But I mean it's like it's nothing to all you got to do is have somebody go to one concert, find out what they look like, and then have somebody make their own, right? I don't know.
Well, and I mix it in. I mean, like, there's my Macworld pass.
No, that's right.
Mixed in with my Blaine passes and my Copperfield passes and anything I've been to. It's just kind of like you just throw them all in the same chain.
Well, and this goes back to the original point we were making, which is like the guys who are bouncing at the club, the guys who are bouncing at backstage, they could care less. All they care about is how late am I going to get tonight and how drunk am I going to get tonight, and whether or not this person I'm talking to will interfere with my ability to do either item A or item B. That's pretty much all I can figure they care about.
Yeah, and also whether the bigger mistake is going to be by letting them in or by not letting them in.
Hold on. I was able to hear Dodd's question. He said, Dodd commented that he didn't even go to Kinko's because he didn't want to spend that $2 to laminate. He actually has his own laminator, which probably means that he's doing this so often that he realized he can save money by not going to Kinko's.
Wow, did I say that?
Yeah. All right, and what did you say, Justin? I didn't hear it.
Oh, I was just adding on to the point that, like putting people in the position where the mistake is bigger by not letting you in as opposed to letting you in.
Yeah, and that is a classic thing, and I'm reading some interesting stories on the chat rooms here talking about how different bands have dealt with it. They said that Korn has chicken head passes, which I suggest means I don't know, like an actual. Not an actual chicken's head, but like a rubber chicken head.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting.
Oh, I think that's what they call groupies.
Now I'll tell you this much: the conferences that have money, they really are sticklers. When I did the National Association for Television Programming Executives, I just wanted to go walk up and watch one of the talks, and even though I clearly had a badge right in front of me, they made me grab it and they scanned my badge. So some of them out there take it super seriously. But theoretically, though, what is your opinion, Dodd? Do you feel like somebody could... What the hell are you doing? Justin?
No, I'm sorry. I'm looking for something real quick.
What the hell are you doing?
I'm looking for something. I want to add something to this point.
All right. That's all right. Here, I'll do that.
Yeah, just don't have me up there.
By the way, do your recon, I guess would be the best way to say it, right?
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say. Was there are certain places you probably can get away with it, and I'm loving watching Justin here wandering around his house. There's places where you think you can get away with it, and there's places where you really shouldn't even try.
Now, I would be super interested if we have any legal professionals out there. I'm imagining that there are big no-nos and little no-nos, and I would imagine that trying to get backstage with fake credentials, I don't think that's a crime. I'm guessing they can eject you from the concert, maybe ban you for life or something like that. But I mean, are you going to jail if you have
Well, I don't think so, because all I do is it's a picture of the poster of something or the picture that's
Hold on.
related to the event.
Was that a Freudian slip there when you said I don't think so? Because all I do is.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's hope not. It hasn't happened yet.
Hold on. We've got. Do you want your full introduction, sir, or do you just want me to say we have a caller on the line?
Well, I tried to uvu in.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry, I didn't see the uvu in. Let me get you turned up here. By the way, joining us over the phone. There we go. You got to turn that stuff down there, Jay. You got stuff in the background. It's Jay Brushwood joining us live on the phone.
There we go.
Jay, turn your stuff down. There we
What?
go.
Oh, okay.
God damn it.
I'll turn down.
All right. Yeah.
Why didn't you accept my uvu?
No, that's okay. Well, that's you're on the phone.
Indeed.
Okay. So, did you have something you wanted to bring in on this part of the conversation, Jay?
No, I just wanted to crash your party, and I actually put on a nice shirt and tie, and apparently nobody could see it.
Did you? Okay, go ahead and uvu in. I'll join you. You could split with Justin Robert Young. Go ahead and uvu in.
Okay.
I just love how your brother just wants to kick your sandcastle. That's all he's looking to do is just squat on the party.
He says, I put on a shirt and tie. Why am I not on the show? All right.
Well, and actually, on Dodd's point, as someone who's been a credential member of the press a couple times, a lot of the passes. Not everybody gets real passes. At almost every major event, there are emergency passes for people who didn't, for mistakes in people who didn't get stuff initially, and that's usually just a big piece of paper with the logo and a name scribbled on it. I mean, also, like, I saw on Dodd's chain there's just one that's just a press thing. That's another big thing to have. It's just some sort of identification that you are, a news gathering body.
Right, which by the way,
if you have one of those two things, you are usually in like Flint.
That brings me to, Jay's calling on Skype, not on uvu. That's all right. We'll bring Jay in. Sit tight, Dodd. We're going to get back to you. Go ahead and start your video up there, Jay. By the way, this actually leads into the next thing. What you were talking about the backup passes. There was a guy. Oh, look at that. Dodd's over jumping on Jay. Let me get this on there. Hey, Dodd. Apparently, Jay's having trouble with the uvu. So,
don't we all have problems with the uvu?
I know. It's you and me.
I don't.
It's very personal.
But that's exactly. I won't show you the other side of this one. But if you look at that particular one, I mean, That's totally just printed up in Photoshop.
Oh, is it? Because what's funny is you were holding it up, and I was like, I honestly don't know if that's a real pass or not a real pass.
No, that's. I mean, it says Dodd Vickers, Magic Newswire. New media producer, press access. It has a crazy-looking logo. It's just totally printed in Photoshop.
That's awesome. Well,
but what you got to remember though is that like everybody does that. Like the New York Times will just have self-printed up identifying tags for their reporters.
Exactly.
So and there's no like overarching credentialing body that makes sure that all these people are of a similar ilk. So if you just print up something for yourself, you are as good as any other newspaper in the world.
Which actually brings me to the next point, the third point, because there was a guy who came up and maybe the guy's a psychopath, I don't know, but he told a convincing story. He said that, and the guy, I'd imagine it takes a lot for somebody to walk up and make up a story. It sounds like it should be made up, but I don't know. If somebody's crazy enough to tell this story as a lie, he's probably crazy enough to actually do this exact thing. For the Beijing Olympics, he walked up and he said, I wanted to go see the Olympics, so he hopped on a plane, flew to Beijing, landed, walked right up to the press credential booth and gave his real name, said, hey, I'm so-and-so, I'm here from CNN, where are my press credentials? And they looked at it, they're like, oh, I'm sorry, sir, we don't have your press credentials, we don't see it anywhere. He's like, you're kidding me. Oh, those bastards over at Atlanta, I've had enough of this. I was like, where am I? We need to fix this right now. You're telling me that I flew halfway around the world for nothing? And so immediately they were like, oh, well, hold on, sir, because, again, they're halfway a world away. They don't give a damn. People covering the freaking Olympics, and they gave him press credentials, and he showed me photos of him with Michelle Kwan, with all these big deals in freaking Beijing. The guy went and saw everything and did everything just by marching up and saying, where's my shit? Which I thought was pretty amazing.
And that works sometimes, but most of the time being more subtle probably works, because I've been on both sides of it, from the security side to, because I dealt with so many celebrities at the hotel, if you're not too demanding, it's a little more believable most of the time.
Well, and again, this is my impression of what he must be saying or doing, going nuts, shouting and doing. But I do know that I just poured a beverage on my keyboard for the second time.
Oh,
so that's I think that's the new drinking game.
Walking into studios in L.A., I've done that, where you just act like you know where you're going. You're greeting the security guy. You've heard somebody say his name. You're saying hi to him with using his name. He just says hi, and you walk right past him, and next thing you know, you're sitting in a VIP section watching Cheers taped or some other show.
Act like you know theoretically Cheers or some other show. Not that you would know anything about seeing it. Can you talk about the Cheers taping that you actually walked your way into them?
Oh, yeah, I talked to Harry Anderson about it. He actually happened to be there doing a taping as Harry the Hat. And I did exactly that. I was running late. I had a ticket to get in, but they cut the line off after they filled the seats because they give out far more than they think are going to show up.
All right,
and got there. It was...
Hang on one second. I've got to clean off my keyboard. Which all of a sudden it sounds under a new light here. I tell you what, I'm gonna let Dodd drop off here. Check out the Magic Newswire. Dodd's stuff is absolutely amazing. Feel free to call back in, but I got to get Jay on, and he's trying to barge in on the same line here. I'll talk to you later on. So that's Dodd.
Hey, Dodd.
And we'll bring Jay in. Jay is paused for some reason. Jay, can you start your video? Let me click on that. We'll see if we get Jay in here. Meanwhile, I'm going to clean off my keyboard, but as I clean off the keyboard, we are going to watch a video premiere. This is big. Somebody, God damn it, there's a LOL, too much skeet on the keyboard.
Skeet, skeet, skeet.
Jay, are you still there? Can you hear us, Jay?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, your video, can you stop and start your video here real quick?
On Uvu?
Yeah, no, you're not on Uvu, you're in Skype.
Yeah, you're on Skype, buddy.
Shit.
I don't even know. I put on a tie and a shirt for this. Oh, now I think he's going over to Salon Uvu. All right, but I think we have.
Well, I mean, can you blame the guy? He gets a shirt and tie on, he gets a little excited. These things start to blame.
All right, hold on. We got to premiere. This is a new video made entirely of clips. Oh, look, Jay's calling. Let's see if we can bring in Jay here. because and we also have waiting on the line somebody else who has excellent stories of shenanigans on the road. And Jay, start your video up here. Can you start your video up? I don't know if he's there.
Starting now, buddy.
Hey, there it is. And there's the video. And we've got, wait for it, we've got black screen. Do you have your light on?
Yeah, I've got 9.
Turn on your heart
lights
light?
around me.
Yeah, turn on your heart light, Jay. Let it shine wherever you go. Okay, look. No, I don't see anything. We've got no video for you. But meantime, I tell you what we'll do is I'm gonna go get a towel to clean up my my thing, and we're gonna watch from DJ Z, the guy who brought us all of the mashups that we enjoy here at the BB Live Show. This little thing right here. I don't know if it's working or not.
There's too many dicks on the dance floor.
Too many dicks on the dance floor. Too many dicks on the dance floor.
Too many dicks.
Too many dicks on the dance floor.
Too many dicks.
Too many dicks on the dance floor.
Too many dicks.
Going to the party, sipping on Bacardi. Wanna meet a hottie, but there's Adam, Steve, and Marty. There's Billy, Todd, and Tommy. They're on me from the army. The only moves I see tonight will be made up on origami.
Tell the players, make it understood. It ain't no good if there's too much wood. Make sure you know before you go the dance floor to ratio. 5 to 1 is a rodeo. Testy, then like it's time to go. Wait outside all night to find 20 dudes in a conga line. Too many dicks on the dance floor. Easy to fix. Too many dicks on the dance floor. Spread out the dicks.
Too many dudes with too many dicks. Too close to my shit. Too hard to meet chicks. I need better eyes, more broad, less rods. I came to do battle. Skedaddle with the counter prods.
Too many men, too many boys, too many misters, not enough sisters. Too much time on too many hands. Not enough ladies, too many mans. Too many dicks, too many dongs, too many schmucks. Now sing this song.
Somebody said that song made me ooh-voo in my pants. There's ooh-voo everywhere. All right, so we're gonna see if we can get Brett.
Is Jay still MIA?
No, Jay's MIA. He's calling on Skype again, but I have a feeling that we still won't see his video here. I keep trying to get over to Brett Rounceville, who, as a professional hobo, has some definite scamming stories. But we haven't seen. Hey, there we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey.
Wait, he's wearing a tie and everything. Look at that. Very fancy. What's going on, Japers?
Well, dude, I can't hear you at all except through the echo of the show. But I gotta say, I had to get dressed because to
Parole? Wait, hold on. Stop. You're breathing right into the mic, so we're hearing some blowing sounds. You had to get dressed for what? Jay?
I'm waiting for. Okay. All right. Basically, my point is that the biscuits are pulled off by people that look the part.
Oh, wait a minute. Jay is dressing up to make a point. He's all right. So say that again, because I think you got a little bit cut off.
Yeah, I'm saying the best scams are made by people that look the part, and honestly, you could probably be a drug smuggler, Brian, and you could be driving cross country.
Could be
with a thing full of fucking cocaine and coffins full of prostitutes or whatever, and you could show up and be like, oh, I'm just a humble magician going my way, and get out of jail free card and yada 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 and get away with it. But the fact is that you got
to look the part.
You gotta look the part, yeah.
That's good. That is good. Okay, speaking of which, now you segued into this, so this is not. I'm not hanging up on you because of anything except for Brett has been waiting for an hour now, and he has a story that is exactly what you described. He was smuggling drugs in coffins, literally. So I'm gonna hang up on Jay. We're gonna jump over to Brett. Wait, what?
There's no way I can hook in on Uvu. What's the bottom left channel doing? It's nothing.
You've got to call in on Uvu.
I tried.
Yeah, get your Uvu on.
Get your Uvu on, bro.
All
right. So we'll kill that. We'll jump over once and for all. Can we get Brett on? Brett, are you actually there? This is killing
literally,
me.
I'm not sure that's literally smuggling drugs.
Well, I bet you were under suspicion of smuggling drugs in coffins.
That's true.
I mean, okay, so we've got your audio. Can you bring? Oh, there we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Amtrekker, Brett Rounsaville. Go to amtrekker.com and learn about his hobo machinations all across the United States of America. What do you got to tell us, buddy?
Hey, team. Well, most of the time when I'm scamming, I'm trying to get out of something, not into something.
Right,
And
which is good because that's a
here.
whole. There are two sides to every scam. There's getting into a better place and getting out of a bad place.
Right. So literally, I've been pulled over 21 times for various things, and I've gotten all of 3 tickets.
Okay, so when did you start keeping track?
I started keeping track after the 3rd one because I went my first 3 straight. Actually, I went 1 for my first 8, I think. So I started keeping track pretty early on in the
Good
game.
record.
And yeah, the one time that I remember, the earliest time that I got a ticket was horrible because I totally lost my cool and I was calling this lady all kinds of names.
Oh,
and
yeah, never
that's the
lose your
deal,
cool.
dude.
That's always a bad scene.
Yeah, now anytime I go into any situation, be it trying to get into or out of trouble, my big concern is that these people, if they were my friends...
Hold on, yeah, sorry, that sound effect was Jay joining the conversation and then hanging
right.
up. Jay literally hung up at the exact moment that I joined into the conversation. I'm sorry. Keep going.
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's my rule to live by when it comes to scamming your way into or out of things. If these people were your friends, you absolutely wouldn't be having a problem. Like, if you walked up to some bouncer or something and he knew you already, then you'd be like, dude, I don't care, go in. Or if it's a cop that pulls you over and he knows your name, he's not going to do anything about it. So my rule of thumb, I have like 3 minutes to make these guys my friends.
Right.
And
Which
that's
is,
what I shoot for.
Oh, man, you nailed it, because that's the next thing. Hold on, we may have Jay in here. We're going to see if we can make this all official and whatnot. Let me see. There's Jay. And let me see if we can get both Jay and capture. Jay's still breathing into the microphone. You got to pull that thing away.
All right,
There
I
we
am
go.
out of audio, by the way.
You're what?
I cannot hear anything.
You're not hearing anything. Justin Robert Young. Although I'm trying to confirm this from Justin Robert Young, and clearly you can't hear anything.
I can hear
Jay,
this
can you hear anything?
Yeah.
Jay can?
I can totally hear you.
Can Justin Robert Young hear Jay? Justin Robert Young is turning up his volume because he can't hear anything. Oh, now he's listening to... This is us listening to Justin Robert Young, listening to...
I can't hear crap.
All right. By the way, you're going to hear that cackle here in just a moment. Here, it's gonna come back with a vengeance. Jay, you're able to hear everything just fine, though, right?
Yeah. Jay can. I can totally hear you. Can Justin Robert Young?
I can't. All I can hear is from BBliveShow.com.
Okay, well, look, I hate to say it, but you're going to have to listen. Don't respond to this when you're hearing this, Justin Robert Young. Jay says he can hear just fine, though, right? Jay? Jay says yes. Okay, all right. Well, let's give it now we're listening. Oh, audio's going to crap. All right, let me do this. Justin, why don't you drop off and try coming back and see if that fixes it. And of course, it's going to take a very long time to where he can actually hear that. And now we can watch his response. Here, let's watch his response in real time. Here it comes. Here it comes. And he's about to hear it.
Wow, that's sassy.
Yeah, all right. Let me do this. I'll drop this. We'll try calling back. How do I kill this? How do I drop somebody? All right. Sorry, Jay. I can't do it. This is Uvu is jacking us. and I really want to.
Well, kill me.
All right.
I'm glad I showed up for the. All right. Go ahead and kill my show, and I'm just glad I showed up wearing a suit and tie.
You did,
and,
to make your point.
Not a suit, but nice shirt and tie, and I made a point, and there's nothing wrong with that.
You
and
did good.
If you need to get rid of me, Brian, I have no problem with that. I will get my vengeance.
All right, Jay. Unfortunately, I don't have any way to drop you. You have to drop yourself.
Okay. I'm out.
I'm sorry, Jay. God damn it. Why technical besmirchery and tomfoolery and shenanigans.
Yeah,
and there's Jay. And now
I'm back.
Now he's back. Okay. Did you hear? Listen, did you hear his excitement? The moment Jay's gone, he's just like, yeah, that fucker's out of here.
Well, because I couldn't hear. It was the deafening sound of silence for me, as Simon and Garfunkel once sung about.
I'm so sorry that everything's so jacked. Oh, freaking Leo Laporte makes it look so easy. It's killing me.
Yeah, he does.
I
If all
know.
goes well.
God, he's just oily and silky smooth. That guy.
Hey.
This is Vietnam out
Hold on. I do
Oh
believe.
my God, we totally froze.
I think we totally
Drink,
froze.
drink,
It's time to drink. It's time to drink. Son of a bitch. We totally
Okay,
froze.
what do we look like now? Now we're all happy.
Yeah, we're all high, and I appear to be sucking on something, which is a little bit. That's never good.
You
Okay.
looked at me about a minute and a half from some skeet.
Damn. All right, look. This is a really good. And by the way, Mega Man's trying really hard to get in, and I want to get Mega Man on. But first, Brett Rounceville is some real work here, and I really want to get his words on. It's really disturbing me seeing the frozen faces over there on the live stream.
Right? It almost looks like someone's ready to, like they've made this target of us. Like they're gonna put this 50 yards out and they're gonna take shots, and like 30 points for Amtrak or 50 for Brushwood.
Yeah, I think it's done.
I think Amtrekker's screen grab here looks like it should be on like a promo campaign for the Boy Scouts or something. Like someone who just got done having a really good time.
The Boy Scouts. Holy cow!
America.
That was extremely loud. By the way, Dodd Vickers just texted in, yeah, but Leo spent $60,000 on his studio. This one's held together with spit and duct tape. Thank you, Dodd, for reminding us of that. Okay, so let me start this stream up one more time. Good call on the lost audio. Because that's another delicious...
Drink again.
Drink again for the lost audio. What's funny is I thought you said for the lost audio, but you were saying drink again for the lost audio.
Wait, what do you think I said?
I thought you said check again, like you were being helpful to remind me, but what you were doing me is bitch slapping me because it was...
Yes. Yeah.
All right, so let me see.
There's definitely bitch slappage.
Starting bell.
Okay, yeah, that starting bell is text messages coming in. I gotta detach my iPhone from that. Okay, so once and for all, what we were talking about though, and this is important, is that there's getting out of and there's getting into. So far we've talked about the getting into awesome scams that you could pull off, but the getting out of are the ones that are even more important. Hold on, we got somebody calling in. Oh, it's Jay. Hold on. Jay, hold on, Jay. I'm about to put you on. Sit tight. What's going on, Jay?
Hey.
What's up, bro?
Who's this?
What's that?
Who's this?
It's your brother, Brian. You're on the air.
Oh, shit. I thought you said, hold on, talk to this guy.
No.
And, I'm just going to say, I appreciate having a little surprise guest appearance, and, it was good talking to everybody, and, wow, I'm pretty embarrassed for not realizing that you weren't talking to me.
Jay, are you still wearing the tie?
I am still decked out in the tie and everything.
Thank God.
You should go treat yourself to a nice meal or something, man. If you're all dressed up, you might as well go somewhere.
Do you hear that? Amtrekker says you're all dressed up.
I heard all that. I think I'm gonna wear it in the work tomorrow and surprise everybody.
All right.
I didn't think it was possible to get a contact buzz off a phone call to a live stream, but I'm definitely tipsy.
All right, bro. I'm going to drop you off, man.
All right. Adios and bye con Dios.
Vaya con Dios. Bye, Jay. Yeah, that was that King of the Hill with the Vaya con Dios?
Jay Brushwood.
Holy cow here. All right,
awesome.
everything's back. Nothing is frog. Everything's fine here. Okay, so we were talking about there's getting into awesomeness and there's getting out of, and they're both awesome, or both important. And specifically, like your whole tack is you've got the moment, whatever it is, whether it's a cop or somebody wants to kick your ass, you've got 3 minutes to make them your friend to keep them from kicking your ass. Is that essentially where we are so far?
Absolutely, dude. And, I mean, that's all it is. You have to wear a smile, and you have to be confident, and you have zero time to make all of that happen.
You have to wear nothing but a smile.
That helps. Not gonna lie. You know what? The one lady that gave me the ticket, lady cop.
Really? Okay, so first of all, tell me, because it's hard for me to picture you going off on anyone. Tell me about you going off on this chick.
Oh, I was pissed because literally, 21 times I've been pulled over. 20 of those times I absolutely broke the law. That one time that I got a ticket was the time I didn't break the law. So I went in pretty pissed off that I was getting pulled over at all.
What was it?
According to this lady, I was going 89 miles per hour up a mountain in a 4-cylinder automatic 1984 Celebrity. Like,
you know for sure there's no way.
89 miles per hour if you dropped it off of a cliff. I was pissed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just calling her retarded and saying how stupid this was. And granted, I was like probably 17 at the
You're
time.
like, granted, I was drunk off my ass.
It's like, listen, PCP notwithstanding, I didn't break a single law.
Look, let me just say, I wouldn't have gone off, but I get really angry when I'm wasted.
Yeah.
All right, so that was when you got your big. So your current record is how many for 2020? What?
21 and 3. 3 for 21.
3 for 21. That's pretty good because I for me personally, I got a ticket every single year since I was 16 to when I was 24. And something changed when it was every year on the dot because it was like I get my ticket, I do defensive driving, and for 1 year it was white knuckle, never ever speeding, but then the year's over, you do 75 instead of 70, and then all of a sudden it was a ticket. Every time I got pulled over, I never once ever got off of the ticket scot-free. And then, man, something happened when I turned 25. I started getting let off, and I talked to magician Mike Super about this. You know who Mike Super is, right, Justin?
Oh, of course. No, we've interviewed him a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Actually, he was on our Super Bowl podcast because he's a Pittsburgh guy, Pittsburgh Steeler fan like I am.
He may or may not cop to this, but after one of these conferences, we played like wallet poker, where we were just pulling crap out of our wallets, and like I lost a picture of my cancer-ridden dog, and I lost a picture of my wife. I won the picture of my dog back. My wife is still gone. But one of the things I won off of Mike Super was one of these, a get-out-of-jail-free card. Now, this is not the actual one. I've since lost that one. But I asked him why he had a get-out-of-jail-free card, and he's like, oh, for when I get pulled over. I'm like, shut up. And he had the best take on it. He was like, look, these guys, they're working a job. They get boo-hoo all day long. What they want is something to shake it up. And according to him, this opening joke was a little bit corny for me, but he says that it actually works for him. He gets pulled over, and before the officer can even speak, he says, officer, I know I was speeding, but I have a very good reason. My wife left me last year for a peace officer, for an officer of the law, and when I saw your car and the flashing lights, I thought you were bringing her back.
Oh.
See, zing, and to get them laughing.
Well, number one, can I just say that there's nothing that I would expect more to come out of Mike Super's mouth than that story.
Yeah,
than that level of corny story.
Right, and so he says that basically it's the same thing. You got 3 minutes to make them laugh. If you can make them laugh, you are home free. And first of all, my technique here. My technique is my driver's license, which I should probably cover up some of these things right here. I'm gonna scoot in right here. But there we go. The first thing I do is they pull me over and they ask for my driver's license, and I hand it, and I kind of pause like I'm not sure. I'm like, okay, but I gotta warn you, it looks nothing like me. And then I give them that.
Nice.
I don't know. Is that? Should I make that big? I'll make that full screen so you can actually see it.
Yeah.
There we go. We'll do this. And then I do this right there. I say, I gotta warn you, it looks nothing like me, and it is me totally mugging for the camera. And usually...
I'm gonna say you look like a Conan O'Brien character.
I'll cop to that. That's about right. But the first thing I do is I hand them that and order just to get them to laugh, because I'm with Amtrekker. You've got 3 minutes to make them giggle, and then you win. And then they're like haha, it looks exactly like you. I'm like, well, yeah, that's the joke. And then they say, well, do you have your insurance? And the one guy, 9 times out of 10, just seeing the driver's license, they let me go. But the one guy who looked like he was about to give me a ticket, he was like, "Where's your insurance?" And I was in a rental car, and I said, "Well, I don't have the insurance on me, but I'm told this will help." And he made a joke, and he said, "Boy, you're just asking for a ticket, aren't you?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry, officer, I'm sorry." And the truth is, these guys don't care. And once they like you, it's really hard for them to stick it to you. What's your trick, Brett?
Oh, my favorite one is I got pulled over in Arizona for going, well, it turned out I was going like 95 in a 60, but the speedometer was off in my car. So I thought I was only going about 80 in a 60, so no big deal. But as soon as the guy pulled me over, I started making fun of Arizona. And, first of all, that's not what happened first. First he pulled a gun on me. Then I started making fun of Arizona.
Hold on, you don't drop that out of nowhere. Oh yeah, BT Dubs. I was shot 12 times. Wait, go on.
So I was driving like this huge Blazer. It had this big lift on it, and it was dark. So I jumped out of my truck, and he started screaming at me and pulled out a gun because he didn't know why some dude in a big ass truck was jumping out in the middle of the night. So he pulled the gun on me.
Why did you?
Just because that's what I always do. I get out of my car every time, and I'm told not to every single time I do it, but I've always felt like it puts you on the same level as them. You're talking into their eyes, you're looking at them, you're a person instead of like a head in a window. And
no, it's funny because I have the same. I jump out of the car and start lighting off illegal fireworks as soon as I can get out, just so I can level the playing field.
I always heard that if you can throw the beer bottle at least 30 yards away from your car, that it doesn't count as your beer bottle anymore.
Or at least they have to find it before the bell rings. I don't know how it works.
If you can knock them out with a single rock, when they wake up, they will respect you all the more.
Right, maybe that's just a California state law, but I mean, I try to stick by it just in case.
So anyway.
So anyway, this guy pulled the gun on me. And I started making fun of Arizona and pulled out my map. I was like,
hold on. He pulls his gun on you, and then you start making fun of Arizona.
Okay, granted, there was some lag there where he decided I wasn't worth shooting. but to get to the point, I was like, here, if you can show me something that's worth seeing in Arizona, I'll stop trying to get the hell out so quickly. And so all of a sudden we have my map spread over the hood of this guy's car, and he's showing me all the cool stuff to see in Arizona. And to date, one of the coolest states I've been in, because I had the inside scoop from this dude. And I ended the experience with a picture, my arm around the cop, took a picture, and bailed with a warning. So I went basically from getting a gun pulled on me to picture for posterity and driving out unfazed.
I didn't go. They didn't pull a gun on me. Well, I don't know. The guy almost pulled a gun on me. I got put in handcuffs and like angrily, like and thrown on the ground. I don't know. I probably ought to save that for another episode. That's quite a story, though.
No.
Yeah.
Come on.
Nah, we're sticking with the cam. This was not a scams related thing. This was an individual thing. This is at the right moment. You guys can bring it up for me.
At the right moment.
Okay.
We have to remember that thing?
Yes, you do. Remember.
Speaking of bringing things up, I won't bring it up here.
Directed to Ustreamer 65122 says he left out that he was wrapped in a small town jail, which I think is a misspelling. But I would also enjoy that scenario. He went into a freestyle battle in a small town jail.
Okay, well look, let's do this now. let's do this now. By the way, let's open it up. You guys know what the game plan is. Whether it's getting out of a ticket, if it's something that's worked for you, or if it's a place you've scammed yourself into, go ahead and call in. I do need to. Oh, I don't know. Should we take a break right now? Can we take a break? Is that cool with you guys?
Sure. Break it up.
All right. Well, unfortunately, the only video that's queued up is my demo reel, which is I'm kind of embarrassed of. So look, I'm going to play that, and we're going to take a 3-minute break, and we'll be back, and we'll talk, and we'll open up the lines to your calls. Here we go. Right here, guys.
We're going to do a little something called the human crazy straw. Human crazy straw. The human crazy straw. Put in your nose. Ow, 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 ow.
What are you doing?
Oh my God. Are you ready to go?
That ain't no trick or nothing. Just
1, 2, 3. Okay, we're turning on. Now follow the milk. The milk is coming on. It's going around. Should be coming up here. Yes! Amazing! I want you to check out my tongue and make sure I haven't surgically altered it in any way. Look totally good? Nothing sneaky about it. Look good?
Yeah.
All right, perfect.
Okay.
Check this out. Now, of course, it's easier than it looks.
The way that every child should sit and listen, sit and listen. Went to school and I was very nervous. Look right through me, find it hard to take.
All right, put it into this crap. The hell. I'm going over there. Going over there, it looks like some kind of sad emo cutting his tongue thing going on. I'm running downstairs and I'm just like I'm not sure that video's playing right. And so I actually before I go to grab a drink, I log in on the computer downstairs. I'm like BBliveShow.com and I load it up and I'm like, the hell am I looking at? That's totally wrong. I need to fix that. First, let me grab a drink, though. and then I ran up. So here I am, a little bit out of breath, but none the worse for wear. So let's stop that and at least put that back over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and open up. And here's the thing. This is when the computer likes to go a little bit nutso, is when I try to change some of the videos that are queued up in the players. So we may have another lag here, but I do need to actually put on the...
hard light.
I do. I need to put on my hard light. Well, if you want to contact the show, the best way to do it is why don't you share? Oh, there we go. We're going to put it on there right here. 866-462-4424. Or you can Skype in at BBliveShow. Tell us your stories of the best scam you pulled up, either getting out of something or getting into something. Either way, we definitely want to. Nobody calls until you finish the show. That's what they say in the chat room. And I couldn't agree more. Screw you, bastard. By the way, one thing we'll do after the official show starts, when we're doing the after party, is I'll set up the Flash Media Encoder so you guys can see how much better it actually looks. Because I'm looking up here. This is the 8-bit Nintendo Brian. We got somebody calling in. Okay.
Now, is that a call or a text message?
It was a text message from Dodd saying that he has many more stories because apparently Dodd is the pimp, dude. This guy's got some serious stories of Scamtacular.
He is Sherry Zada,
but
thousand tales.
But he doesn't. Sherry Zada, I like that. That's good. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to tie up the line. Okay, we got somebody calling in on the toll-free number. Hey, this is Brian. You're on the air. Who's this?
Hey, Schwood, it's Mitten.
Hey, what's going on, Mitten? You got a story for us?
Yeah, actually, I do. Well, kind of part. First of all, I used to work security.
You used to work with what?
Concert security.
You used to work concert security? No kidding?
Nice.
Wealth of knowledge.
KC.
Okay. All right, go on.
And the best thing you can do, this is what we were actually told when you're working backstage, look for people who don't know what they're doing.
Who don't know what they're doing. People who are just kind of wandering around like excited to be there.
Yeah, if you act like you're supposed to be there, we won't question you.
Interesting. That's I think that makes sense too. So I guess the trick is the first time you get in, even if you don't know the lay of the land, just march forward like you've got a place to be. I guess that's the first thing you want to do, right?
Yeah, act like you know what.
Yeah, well, that's a...
Or even, I guess ask, but with confidence. Like, say, listen, I need to be here. How do I get there?
No, what you do is...
a busy person would do.
What you do is when you ask, don't just say, excuse me, where are the bands? You say, where the hell are the craft services? And then from that, you got to, you know... I guess that would be how you... Would you fall for that, Minton, if I was running around with my ridiculous hair and a badge, and I just walk out and I'm like, where the hell are the craft services? I'm starving here.
Yeah, if you give it I've been here, I know what I'm doing, look, much thing.
That's good. So that is an excellent corollary to the... but did you guys ever examine the badges that people were wearing? Did you ever, like, see if they were...
We got a little rap sheet with each one, because there's like 7 or 8 ones for each show.
Oh, really?
So yeah, it varies depending upon tours. Some tours had up to like 12 or 15.
And so, by the way, somebody suggests just walking up and saying, excuse me, I have this gonorrhea medicine for the band. Would that work, Minton?
My name is Dr. Sikem, and I have gonorrhea medicine.
All right. You got anything else for us?
Yeah, I actually had a test, and I scammed my way into Southwest here.
Wait, last year when? And by the way, there's something weird about the audio. I don't know if you're on speaker or what, but we're only hearing like the beginning and end of each word.
I'm sorry, my phone's crap.
No, that's fine. You scammed your way into South by Southwest?
Dude, I've been thinking about doing that
the bands that were showcasing. I really wanted to go.
And who did you get to see? And first of all, did you fake credentials or did you talk your way in? How did you do that?
Well, the group is Lord and Eloise. They're actually going to here.
Look, it's really hard to understand you. I don't know what's up with your phone, man.
Yeah, it's garble.
Can you Skype in? I tell you, try Skyping in, and we'll see if we can do that.
That's the information I wanted to hear, man.
I'll email the story.
All right, dude. Take care, man.
Dude, you're killing Amtrekker.
That's right.
Oh, we're frozen! We're frozen!
No,
drink,
are we frozen?
Drink!
Ah, it's drinking time, son of a bitch. All right, hold on.
Okay, this time I'm looking. I have a face that.
Oh wait, hold on. I pulled something clever though.
Brian's in full profile.
You know what? I'm in sweet repose. I'm sitting there thinking of a long lost love, and and you guys look like gangbanging thugs. You guys look like you're about to face off.
My video just now caught up to the freeze.
Yeah, there's a bit of a thing.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat room
right,
says,
like kind of
I've bounced before, and when somebody would really try to bypass me, I would try to intervene. Majority of the time as bartender's best friend, and they knew they were getting in and felt they didn't need to acknowledge the staff. So don't try to not accept. Somebody says that Brian looks sad. Very sad.
I think Brian's checking out Amtrekker's ass.
You know what?
It happens.
Not going to I was going to say not going to comment on that. But I ended up saying not going to compliment that.
I actually thought of a scam. I've been so sorely lacking in this conversation, but I realized and this is only for people under 18. It's how I used to get into R-rated movies when I was below the legal age. And what I used to do is just go up to the ticket booth, but on the phone arguing with somebody. So just be like in the middle of a screaming argument, and then like be like, yeah, I go, the fuck, I'm not fucking doing it, and I swear to God, if you ask me one more time, 2 for species, please.
Species. That's the kernel of truth that lets me know that you are not messing around, because Species was the movie to watch if you were 17,
God, yes.
dude. Holy cow.
So there we go, and nobody would ever ask me for ID because they didn't want to get in the middle of me screaming into my phone.
That is hilarious, dude.
When I was in high school, I used to go to the movies all the time, and it's totally true. You just walk in with confidence, and you almost never have a problem. And in those cases where I did have a problem, they'd stop me and say, "Oh shoot, my girlfriend has the ticket inside. Can I go grab the stub from her and bring it back for you or whatever?"
Yeah, nobody waits for you to come back, dude. Once you go through, that's just it.
And one time, some dude actually came with me, and I went and asked some lady that was just sitting on the edge of some row for her ticket, and I just showed her her ticket.
No way. So what did you tell her? Did you tell her, "Excuse me, I'm underage trying to get into this movie," or did you say, "Hey, lady, give me your ticket," and she did?
No, I told her I needed to see her ticket stub, and that's all I said to her.
Oh.
Like, the less information, the better.
That's brilliant. That is brilliant. Let their mind clear now. By the way, we got a phone call here. Who do we got on the phone here?
Hey, this is Will.
Hey, what's going on, Will?
Not much. How you doing?
Welcome to Still Life Theater.
Yeah, welcome to Old Time Radio. For some reason it does not default to putting audio.
Oh my God, are we frozen again?
No, we're fine. Oh man, we
sure?
are frozen. Are you kidding me?
Trick again,
Get
son!
out! Oh, come on, dude. All right, so we can apparently have audio. Although I really liked where I'm frozen this time. I'm clearly giving a lecture to the masses on the evils of immoral sexual deviancy.
I just ate some bad
Or
sushi.
you look like one of the the voters in Iraq. You're only lacking purple ink.
Yeah, I'm the guy who refused to vote. I'm the guy who listened to Penn Jillette's advice in Iraq, and I'm all like, I chose not to vote.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to see if we can fix that. Will, you want to tell us about your comedy story?
Yeah, I had to come up with something really quick because I was doing 110 and a 50. And the cop was being a real jerk. And he was totally, lack of a better word, up my ass about this.
Right.
And he said, give me one good reason why I shouldn't give you a ticket. And I said, what did you fools wake up one day and say, a man might fight for many things, his country, his friends, his principles, the glistening tear on the cheek of a golden child. But personally, I'd
There we go. Now the audio's back. I'm sorry, we didn't hear the end of that. It sounded like some kind of weird.
Again.
No, come on, dude.
Yes,
come on, dude. That is not right.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you can't see me, but I've thrown my hat on the ice. We have the hat trick.
You threw your hat on the ice. Son of a bitch. I don't know if this is gonna. Okay, you know what? Oh no, I screwed that up. Okay, no, I know what I could do this time. I figured out. I think we all just learned something. And by the way, you know who I feel.
I think you need to stop hitting the ruin everything button. Is probably what you need to stop.
Do you know who I feel worst for? Is Will, because Will's trying to tell the story. And what happens is we keep doing this, and I say, no, you had a funny story again, Will, about comedy or something. What? How did it go again?
Just go ahead. Will Wheaton on the phone. Please go ahead.
He's like, well, it's a funny story. I was counting my monies on the set of Star Trek. And somebody tripped over a rock, and I was just like, sucks to be you. Anyway, I'm great.
Anyway, I'm concentrating on getting another 5 years out of my fame.
All right, so I'm sorry. You were okay. Now I'm gonna try this. Look, wait. Can you guys can you hear me now? Everyone can still hear, right?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Now I start.
Oh.
Wait. Do we have audio?
Audio.
Wait,
Audio
hey,
back.
hey,
Right there.
Yes.
and
Yes,
we
we're back.
are working. Huzzah! Okay, hold on. Mega Man's been calling a million times. We're very excited about this. Sit tight, Will. We're gonna hear your comedy story, but first I need to get Mega Man on.
Are you bumping Will?
No. Will is here. I'm just locking in Mega
Will doesn't
Man
mind.
while we have him. Okay, Will.
Yeah.
Sit
please.
tight. Mega Man.
Hold on.
Mega Man, I'm putting you on pause. Brett's our official panelist. So Brett is back because Brett's the man. Okay, Will. So you were telling us a funny story about comedy.
Well, it's probably not going to seem too funny now because
No.
the ambiance is
No,
left
it's going to
the
be
planet.
hilarious.
It's
Tell
gonna
it
be
with
funnier than ever,
verve
dude. Come on.
And vigor.
Go for it.
So what happened was, I got pulled over by a cop. Doing 100 and a 50.
What?
I needed to come.
That's
Yeah,
really
oh, yeah.
that's really fast.
That's insanely like, you hit the road, your brains go splattering down
I
on
think
the tree
that's
kind of shit.
illegally fast between you and me.
Yeah, well, yeah, but there's nothing a quick hand job couldn't fix.
Whoa.
How many
That's
times
not
have
comedy.
we all leaned on that solution?
Yeah, no. So anyway, what I had to do was come up with something kind of quick that, like you said before, to make the guy laugh.
It was a hand job.
Well, minus that.
You started jerking yourself off.
That's right. That's right. Little skeet on the steering wheel doesn't do any harm.
All right. So anyway, you were saying
He spelled his name in skeet.
This is gonna be the first episode I don't actually record. There's nothing good that could come from this episode. Okay, so Will, so the guy pulled you over. You were obviously going ridiculous fast, and what did he say? He said, "You, sir, are a bad child."
Well, no, he said, give me one good reason why I shouldn't give you a ticket. And what I said to him was, you cops, do you guys just wake up one day and say a man may fight for many things, his country, his friends, his principles, perhaps the glistening tear on the cheek of an amusing child, but I personally mud wrestle my own mother for a ton of cash, an amusing clock, and a sack of French porn. And he looks at me like I had like 50 freaking heads and says, get out of the car.
Like this?
He said, yeah, like the three of us? Is that okay? So he says, get out of the car.
Right. And he starts to pat me down. And I'm thinking to myself, holy Christ, I'm going to jail. He pulls out my wallet, to get my license out and whatnot.
To pull out your
Drops my
hobo
wallet on the
profo.
ground. And after he drops my wallet, what do I think? Hey, this would be a really good time to run.
He
I made it to the front of the car.
Wait. He accidentally dropped your wallet and you ran?
Yeah. So he grabs
Why?
me and like bounces me off the hood of the car.
But by the way, I don't know if you guys were paying attention. Like at this point, I'm assuming the story's made up. If it is made up, he managed to tell the same bizarre soliloquy twice in a row, which I don't know. Keep going, Will.
So wait,
No, I
wait,
shit
time
you-
out.
I
Is this
shit you
him
not.
scamming his way out of
Shit you not.
something, or scamming his way into prison?
Apparently, this is the way he scammed his way into losing his anal virginity. So I'm really excited to hear how this all turns out. Keep going.
All right, go.
I have a feeling it involves a broomstick. So I'm just going to lay my money there.
Well, it's a broomstick, but add a wrap of razor wire around it. Then
Right.
we're talking about a good time.
Okay, keep going.
Go
Keep
ahead,
going. So
Cactus
you gave
Jack.
you gave
Come
a
on, let's
speech
finish it,
to Julius Caesar, and then you ran away.
No Julius Caesar.
Yeah. So Buford
anyway.
T. Pusser
Okay,
bounces
bounce
you
off
off
of
the
it.
hood of the car, and then what?
So the guy, now he's talking to me, like he's Mr. Jack Webb, whatever. And I'm like apologizing out the ass for being a total dickhead.
And the running. Don't forget the running.
Well, yeah, this is after that.
Right.
And he says, why were you going so fast? And I said, I was trying to get here as soon as I could, right? This guy, I got to make a long story short here, because obviously this is not funny as I thought it was.
Come on, dude. Get it out. Finish it.
Perception is
long
not
story
your
short,
weak
the guy
suit.
ends up letting me go, stock free. And that's it. And you know what? When I was thinking about this, when I called in, I was like, this is going to be the funniest thing ever. Total bomb.
Dude, you know what? I'm going to give Will a big round of applause just for having the courage to stick through those technical shenanigans. That sucks, dude.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Will. And,
that was horrible.
All right. No. That was good, Will. Where you calling from, Will?
What's that?
Where are you calling from?
East Coast, Massachusetts.
Awesome. You know I'm going to be up that way. Check.
Yeah, I'll see you in New Hampshire.
Yep. Check the tour schedule, man. Give me a call.
Later, brother.
All right, see you. Okay, waiting on the other line. Sit tight, Brett. I'm going to put you on hold because we've got to jump over to Mega Man.
Word.
What is up, Mega Man? Wait. What is up, Mega Man?
Brian, what's going on, dude?
Mega Man, you have been burning my ass trying to get on the show. Holy cow, that was loud.
You know why?
Why
you know
is that, sir?
Because I'm Drink It Down in the channel, and everyone in the channel told me to call in.
Yeah.
What?
Yes!
The
Skeet Skeet!
The channel?
Yeah, everyone on the channel was like, call in, dude. I'm the guy that keeps making all the
Everybody in the chat room, yeah.
Yeah.
Mega Man,
I
how's
do
Dr.
have a real
White?
story.
Oh, you do have a story.
Yeah, I didn't just call in to be a
completely
dickhead.
was convinced you were just calling to mock our agony here in this disaster.
No, I usually do that. I did that a few weeks ago with the yeah.
No, that's good. Keep it going, though. Go for it.
All right, well, how illegal can I get with this?
I don't
have
know.
a
Can they
semi-legal-
legally subpoena Mega Man XEV2?
No. I mean, how illegal can I get with the scam story?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if it's true, then, I'm saying, how many cops do you think are watching the 55 people in the room here right now?
Just go. We'll
it's not like I'm saving it and it'll be around forever.
Just roll with it.
Go.
All right, I had this friend that worked for AMC Theaters.
Wait. Does this involve the Hobo Profo?
No Hobo Profo.
Good. Keep going.
All right. He was a ticket counter guy when he was in high school when he was 16 years old or so.
Right.
And he used to scam money off people by people buying adult tickets, but he would charge them he would put it in the computer
charge
as
them
a child rate.
the adult thing, but then give them matinee kids thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he would skim money off the top, Office Space style.
Was that an Office Space thing? I thought that was the
like computers or
I thought that was the no, it wasn't Office Space. It's Always Sunny, the double drop. Does that mean anything to anyone?
No, double, yeah,
the
double drop.
D's
I was
double drop.
dropping like a motherfucker back there.
Yeah, right. All right, keep going.
Well, basically, he made enough money to buy an entire car using this cash. So.
How long was he working there?
Did you hear that?
Right. Hey, good answer.
Did you hear that?
Indefinite.
All right.
I guess that's the sound of an indefinite employment term.
All right. By the way, I'm trying. Oh, he just dropped off. Apparently, that was enough for him. Let me. Hey, Brett.
Tap out. That's fun.
I just got a Twitter from. See, that's Twinkle. That's what you're hearing. Those Twitter effects. I just got a direct Twitter from. I'd put the word out to the TRS boys, and Dan Trachtenberg said that he'd be willing to come on. Do we want to give him a call?
Yeah,
do it.
All right, hold on. I gotta. I should play something. The problem is I'm gonna switch this player, and then, you know what I can do? Hang on, hold on there, Tigers. I figured out a way to cover up some stuff. Some skeet. That didn't sound right.
Tigers.
Let's do this, and then I'll click this over here, and I'll just drag this over Brett's face. What do you think of that?
Oh, good. Yeah, that's classy.
Yeah, and then and during that I'm gonna do some texting and twittering. But this is pretty good. I actually I like this one quite a bit. This is a mashup that does not involve excuse me, that does not involve DJ Z. We're going to try to get Dan Trachtenberg from the Totally Rad Show on the line here. Yeah, we'll do this right here. There we go. All right, guys, back in 2 minutes or so. I don't know why it's not switching. It's making me sad. All right, sit tight. You can hear that. There we go. I can't believe you noticed. I thought for sure. All right, hold on just a second. All right, Brett, sit tight. I'm gonna try to call in Danny TRS here. All right, we need to make room here. Hold on. We got two things. We got... Ah, crap.
Should I switch to Uber, dude?
Well, yeah, I tell you what. Anyone who wants to join in, I tell you what, Brett and Dodd, both of you guys try calling in on an Uvu, and we'll try to see if we... I don't know if we're going to lose audio like we did before, but it's getting full here. and I need to. I don't know if you noticed
Clear
that
the
at
way.
all.
Plow the field.
Oh, come on. How do I? All right, sit tight.
Brian, if you need, I can drop off for the second show.
Would it hurt your feelings, sir?
No, absolutely not. It would not hurt my feelings.
All right. Well, let's do that then. First of all, let me give you a proper out here and talk up your awesomeness.
Yeah, I got all sorts of plugs and shit too.
Yeah. First of all, let me turn this business down.
Now.
Yeah, it's fucking loud. There we go. All right, what do you got for us, Justin Robert Young?
Okay. First things first, I am back on iTrix Live Chat this Thursday. It's the start of a new series. I'm calling it the iTrix Race for the Prize. Each month, we're going to have crown a completely arbitrary champion of some various piece of the magic industry. So, for example, this week is Best Magic Special Ever. You can submit your nominations to vote@itrix.com. The best magic special you have ever seen. Nominate your favorite. I'm going to list it bracket style, and then we're going to vote all through the live chat until we crown the Race for the Prize champion of Best Magic Special Ever, and that'll be on itrix.com.
That's good. So it's like a
9 o'clock Thursday.
It's a I guess like a March Madness style breakdown.
Exactly. It's like if anybody watched our Trick of the Year tournament.
Oh no, I did. That was a lot of fun.
Year.
I thought that was a really good way to do it.
It's gonna be like that. So we're gonna vote right there on the screen. It's gonna be a real.
By the way, from the chat room, they want to know if Hugh Jackman is hosting the awards. Is that true? He was in the Prestige. You never know.
But I guarantee you it'll be 25% more gay than the already gay-ified Oscars.
Just by virtue of being about magic. Okay. All right, look,
Exactly.
Justin Robert Young, follow him at Justin R. Young at Twitter, and iTrix, new stuff all the time. In fact, we just recorded something today, an iTrix interview, right?
Yes. Thursday, iTrix interview with Brian Brushwood, which is fantastic and really the most internet-focused that we've ever done.
Yeah,
masturbatorial
masturbatorial was the word that we heard thrown around. Yeah. All right, dude.
All right, but thank you, everybody.
All right, take care, Justin. It was great seeing you, man.
Later, Justin.
All right, there we go. There we go. Left the conversation. Okay, so Brett, can you call me on the Uvu, and then also if we can get Dodd to call on the Uvu. There's Amtrekkers calling on the Uvu. Okay, so you could drop off Skype then. My guess is you can't do both, so you want to drop off Skype, and then Dodd, if we can get Dodd to call in as well, because Dodd has some special relationship. I know everybody loved Dr. Horrible. Look at that. There's Amtrekker right there.
Boom.
How you doing, Trekkie? Amtrexicle?
Word.
It says,
I forget how you...
Yeah, there you go. You just enabled your video. There you go. Okay, so we've got video. Dodd Vickers, if Dodd Vickers is out there, and I know he's watching.
Lag. I love Uvu.
You do love Uvu?
I get no lag on Uvu. I think that's my favorite thing.
Oh, you know, Uvu's very hit or miss. It's like when it works, it's really great. And by the way, anyone watching this recorded, I apologize that this is the longest episode ever, but combination of terrible crap going wrong plus awesomeness occurring while we're doing this, I apologize. So, let's do this. I am now going to... Hey, wait, there's Dan Trachtenberg. Hey, man, how do I call? Let's start a call with Dan Trachtenberg.
Little Danny T?
Wait a little bit, Danny T. Hello, this is Brian. Is it Danny T?
Hello?
Wait, is it really Dan Trachtenberg?
It's me.
Hells yes! We got it! That's awesome! All right, hey,
Hello, little Danny T.
Yeah, do you know that voice?
I do. I owe him a phone call.
Oh, maybe that's why he reacted so strangely.
I have a message from him sitting on my phone that I didn't return.
Wow.
So, what's up,
I'm not surprised. That happens a lot to me. I'm not going to say you're the first.
Wow.
How's it going, guys?
It's going really well. You don't happen to have any video, do you? Because we can throw you on the screen if you got a webcam.
Sure.
Yes, he does.
I mean, I have it on my MacBook. I don't think I've ever done video through Skype.
That's all right. It works about as well as video over Ustream, apparently.
I also don't know how much...
Well, the
Awesome.
good news
I think
is,
you just have
Dan.
to click the camera button there on the bottom
First
left.
of all, Brian, nice to meet you.
Yeah, you know, and it kills me because it's.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, we've never actually spoken to each other on the phone. I don't have his phone number. That's why I couldn't leave a message, because I don't actually know his phone number.
Well, it
first
doesn't
of all,
matter. He doesn't return the damn things anyway. Who cares?
yeah, apparently. Hey, by the way, Dan, is it true? Are you guys coming to Austin?
We are, dude. I'm so excited.
So you know that I live in Austin, right?
I do. I told Jeff. I was like, dude, I think Brian Brushwood is from there. So
yeah,
we have to. We were actually. I just came back from dinner with the guys, and we were brainstorming things, and we definitely want to chat with you about.
Look, here's the deal, and I haven't spoken to Jeff or anything about this. Like pretty much, they've got me running ragged all during South by Southwest Interactive. We're shooting like multiple episodes of Scam School, and all of the shoots are going to be ridiculously complicated. I'm not going to have any fun during the interactive part. But get this. Along with my badge to South by Southwest Interactive, because I'm presenting, I got a gold pass, which means I get into all of the South by Southwest film stuff. So I've decided South by Southwest Film is going to be where I'm going to actually go and do stuff and have a good time. But because that's what you guys are in for is the film stuff, right?
Yeah, we're doing a live show Tuesday the 17th.
Awesome. Okay, I gotta jot this down on this.
Yeah,
Tuesday
yeah.
the
So I don't
17th.
know if hopefully because it's a little bit after the interactive.
No, that is the.
The 17th is the start of the film stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't think no. I think the 14th is the start of the film.
Yeah. No.
It goes much later.
13th is, I believe. Now maybe I'm wrong here, but I thought that 13th through the 16th was interactive. 17th through the 21st was film. I don't know if that's right or not.
Film starts a little bit earlier, but it does go through the 21st. Because I know we're missing some of the Friday night. There's some premieres of things and stuff that I believe we're missing. But yeah, dude, I'm so excited.
Yeah. So, do you guys have any plans specifically?
Well, no. We're looking through the schedule, and there's a lot of really cool movies. There's one movie, worst movie ever, or best worst movie, a documentary on the making of Troll 2 that looks like it's going to be awesome.
Are you serious?
The documentary called Dungeon Masters that theoretically, in its title alone, is intriguing enough, and Adventureland will be premiering there. I'm upset that we're going to be gone before 500 Days of Summer plays.
So you guys have already done your flights. How many days are you in for?
We haven't figured out our flights yet. We're either coming in Saturday or Sunday. We don't know which day yet.
Wait. You'll be shooting on the 17th, but you're coming in on. Oh, that's gonna suck for me.
See movies. Well, because we got need enough days to see the flicks.
Okay, yeah. That's gonna suck for me because I'm gonna be working and you guys are gonna be all watching movies and doing your high five and your fist bumps, and I'll be like, man, they're.
Well, there's lots of time to do things in between things.
All right.
Hopefully.
Well,
right?
hey, joining us on the line is somebody who's really excited when he found out that you were calling the show. This guy runs a magic website called the Magic Newswire, and he just got off an interview with Neil Patrick Harris. Dot, are you on the line with us?
Yeah, hey, Dan, how are you?
Oh, let me turn this up. There we go. Say it again, Dot. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hey, Dan, nice to have you join us.
Hey, man. Nice to meet you.
I'm a big fan of your guys' show, and I know you guys are a fan of Dr. Horrible.
Big time.
Yeah, we just had Neil on our show. We had about an hour a long interview with him.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
thanks for watching
our
show too. What was it like? What did he say? What did you get? I guess we should listen to your show.
Oh, that's okay. It's magicnewswire.com. He was talking about magic, but he was also just talking about acting, and he told some funny stories about meeting Ed Alonzo the first time and thinking he was a magic pedophile, but we talked a little bit about the future of Dr. Horrible.
Wait, so that wasn't true?
No, it was not true. He wore 2 sets of underwear just to protect himself, but
nice.
Now, is he a magician or something?
Oh, he is a
No, he's on the board
crazy
of directors
magician.
of the Magic Castle.
Yeah, he was there when Houdini got his star on the Walk of Fame. And in fact, a friend of mine from college told me stories like she happened to ride the school bus with Neil Patrick Harris, and she talked about how he would always be doing, the latest magic trick he found for her on the school bus. He's nutso about magic.
Wow.
Let me ask you something. I've never been to the Magic Castle.
Oh, dude, it's awesome.
I need to be invited. I need to go with a magician, right? You have to be invited, right?
Yeah, you have to know a magician. If only you knew a magician who was connected.
Exactly. Hello, can I go, please?
Yes.
Dan, call me,
Dude,
and I'll
I've
hook
been
you up with
down to
Neil,
go
and
there,
Neil
too.
will take you.
All right, you know what, Dodd, let me tell you, Dodd is the guy, I mentioned offhandedly that I was staying at a hotel, and Dodd's like, well, why don't I get you upgraded to a suite? And I'm like, that's crazy talk. People can't just make calls and make that happen. And then we did the show from a suite. So Dodd will, and this is how good Dodd is, Dodd's going to get in touch with you. You won't even have to do anything. All of a sudden, just a man in a black coat will come up and says, I believe you're looking for this, Dan. and you're going to be going to the Magic Castle now.
God, you're like Ferris Bueller.
I'm working on it.
That's awesome.
All right, Dodd, you got anything else for us about Neil? Any NPH scoops?
No, just that's a great interview. I mean, I just wanted to touch base with Dan because I'm a huge fan of TRS, and just wanted to let the guys know how much I appreciate what they're doing there. And I knew they'd appreciate listening to Neil over at MagicNewsWire.com.
Yeah,
definitely. Dan, if you get in touch with me, give your info to Brian, and he'll pass it on to me, and I'll definitely hook you up with Neil.
Awesome, dude.
Sweet.
Now, would they let cameras in? Would we be able to shoot something for TRS, or is that totally not cool?
Oh no, that's possible.
Wait, you mean at the Magic Castle?
Yeah, like a Dan becomes a man.
Dude.
Becomes
Absolutely. I actually had Irene Larson, who was one of the founders of the castle.
See, this
on
is
of
the
our
power.
show,
This is
and
the
she
power
totally
that
took care of
Dodd
you.
has. All right, and let me tell you, first of all, Dan, if you go and you shoot a Dan becomes a man at the castle and Brian's not invited, that's going to be bad.
Dude, come.
Hey,
Let's do
if
it.
you don't invite me, it's going to be bad.
Okay, well, we got to invite all of us?
Wait, hold on. Don't ignore the dude in the bottom right over here.
All right, Dodd. I'm gonna let you drop off now because we're having weirdness on the phone. But that's
that's cool.
Oh wait, I accidentally clicked the button and then he was gone. Dodd, feel free to text in whatever it is you're about to say. I feel terrible. Yeah, Dodd Vickers is a friend of the show. He's which I'm very excited to see. You know what's funny is I used to watch Totally Rad Show when you guys were excited that you could say friend of the show, and now I'm in the little brother, and I get to say that too. It's very exciting for me.
Awesome. Brian.
2-year mark, by the way.
Yeah, 2 years for Totally Rad Show. How huge is that?
Big deal, man. Doesn't feel like I'm sorry. As I'm talking to you guys, I'm trying to Twitter that I'm doing this.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's all take a Twitter moment here. You know what?
Twitter's
Let's
having a problem. It's telling me.
Here, we'll do this. We'll play a little music and we'll Twitter a little business here.
But I can't.
There we go. Hold on. Take your time. We're gonna take a Twitter break here.
Put us down.
We're all Twittering. Amtrekker, are you Twittering? Now you realize this means that almost certainly we'll crash out. Oh, that was loud. All right. All right. I have Twittered. Who else has Twittered? Amtrekker, have you Twittered? All right, let me see. Unfortunately, I hit play on the wrong thing, so I couldn't fade that out. Danny, how you doing, man?
I'm good, dude. So tell me about Brian Brushwood Live.
It's a train wreck and a disaster rolled up into a burrito of sadness. You know what it is, and by the way, if were you able to get your webcam working?
Because hot sauce.
Because I'd love to show off your spot here. If
How do I
there should be on Skype. There's a little button. Are you Mac or PC? Either way, there
Mac.
should be a button that says "Send my video" down at the bottom.
Oh, at the bottom. All right, hang on. Hold.
And I even have graphics to explain what it is, the BB Live show. Oh, you know what? We froze the video. Well, look at that.
You did freeze the video.
Yeah, that's how we roll on the BB Live show. Hold on.
I don't see send my video, but let me see.
Just go to the video options. The good news is we're waiting for everyone to show up. See, we've already almost doubled our numbers here. So everybody who's coming in, who's looking at a frozen picture of Brian looking upset and Amtrekker looking confused and Dan Trachtenberg looking like an icon, everything's cool. Remain calm. There we go. Now they're all coming in. All right, so we'll get this started.
Here. Wait. I mean everything to see here.
Wait, what did you just say, Trekker? Hey, by the way, Amtrekker, when is the video of us sleeping in the haunted house going to come out? Is that stuff out yet? What's the story with that?
It's not out yet. 3 days. I give it 3 days.
So it's that close?
Yeah. The only thing that held me up was that whole best job in the world thing.
What was the best job in the world thing?
It's that video application for...
There we go. Is that better? Is it working?
There you go.
So we do have it now. Okay, whew, that was a close one. I was afraid you guys would hang up before I was afraid you guys would hang up before I had a chance to fix that. That's the one. Turns out that the software is a little bit in beta. I don't know if I mentioned that.
Really? So the trial version was okay, but it's not so much?
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking about going back to the trial version. But you can hear me now, though, right, Dan?
I'm getting a ton of feedback now, though. Does Dan have a mute button or something?
Dan sounds okay to me. I think it might be... you shouldn't have any feedback, Trekker, because you've got headphones on.
I'm catching an echo. It's not feedback.
Oh, you don't... are you sure it's not...
Yeah, so it must be off of someone else's camera.
Is it the BB Live stream that you're hearing? I don't know.
No, that's off.
All right. Well, let's do this. Dan Trachtenberg.
Yes, sir.
You're working on your video right now. By the way, all the viewers say everyone sounds fine, so that's what really matters.
I have eyesight video cameras, built-in eyesight.
Well,
my preference is, but it's completely black, and the video is not going on.
So it shows the video, but it shows the video as being black.
Yes.
Racist.
Is there anyone in the chat room that knows the issue of which I'm dealing with?
That's the best thing about the internet is the instant crowdsourcing out there. That's what I love about the live stream thing.
Dude, Twitter is like my... It's remember Encarta? The Encarta Encyclopedia on CD-ROM when you were a kid? Like, homework was instantly made so much easier with Encarta. And now Twitter, if I was in high school right now or middle school, like, doing homework, it would be amazing.
It was like someone reinvented plagiarism when Encarta came around.
Yeah.
Totally.
They institutionalized it is what it was. If you're not able to do it, then that's not a disaster. But I would love it. I would love it if you can get your video in there because we got all kinds of nice things and we can see each other. And feel free to monkey with that. Meanwhile, for those of you just joining us, this is a train wreck that you're watching right now. We call it the BB Live Show. My name is Brian Brushwood. I host a show from my spare bedroom that you can see. Basically, this is an excuse for me to connect with fans. You know, Scam School is only 5 minutes a week, and it's not related to any. It's asynchronous, so it's like I have no idea what's going on in the world. We record the episodes, we store them, and we parcel them out over time. Meanwhile, there are things going on in the world and people who are asking me questions, and so the BB Live Show was originally like an excuse to do two things. First of all, to allow me to interact with fans and answer questions about Scam School related stuff, but somehow it morphed and became this kind of bizarre radio show tragedy, I guess, sort of like we call it a toddler beating on a drum. And I think it's an excuse to have really badass people like Brett Rounceville, the Amtrekker, and Dan Trachtenberg from Totally Rad Show to join us, essentially hanging out in the living room and BSing together. Does that sound about right to you, Brett?
Yeah, I think that's what it's been every time I've seen it.
Yeah.
What instigated the BB Live Show, Brian?
A desire to have a place to be bad, because it occurs to me that I'd love to host bigger shows and especially call-in stuff, but I had no experience doing it. So it was a case of, hey, well, how do you get good? Well, you be bad for a long time, but then you get less bad, and all of a sudden you're not bad, you're good. And so I'm still clearly in the bad phase with the locking up technical shenanigans and bedevilry there. But it's getting a lot better. We're up to like 30 shows now or something like that. It's pretty crazy.
Man.
Are you
basically how Brian Brushwood on the Road started too, right?
Yes. As a matter of fact, the Brian Brushwood on the Road thing, we did 20 episodes of that, and that was a case where I was busy being on tour, but just felt like I got to start hosting a show to get ahead here. By the way, for those of you guys waiting very patiently, we're trying to get video of Dan Trachtenberg from Totally Rad Show right here on the line. What's the story, Dan?
I feel like the thing I might have to do is like restart Skype, and I'm afraid to do that.
Yeah,
you know
just rescarp and call in. I said rescarp.
Okay, I'll try that, see if that does something.
That's all right. So, by the way, we could talk about, while you're doing that, we could talk about Amtrekker and I can, you know what, let me do this. I'm going to jump over to this right here. I'm going to switch this camera over to Brett Sickle. And the theme of today's show is we're talking about what is the best scam you've been able to pull off, whether it's getting out of a speeding ticket or scamming your way backstage at a concert or... What's that? Amtrekker?
Okay, it's back. I lost audio for a second.
Oh, okay, you lost audio for a second. Or robbing a hooker, as Esophagus says in the chat room. By the way, somebody in the chat room points out, Danny is not the techie from TRS. Yeah, which I rather like. Legal or illegal, it does not matter. You can call us right now live at 866-462-4424. That's 866-4MAGIC-4 if you hate numbers. Or you can call 866-EAT-FIRE and actually join us right now. We've got right now, calling any minute, will be Dan Trachtenberg. We're getting him on the line. We're going to have video here shortly. He's working that out. We're going to be talking about TRS Live at South by Southwest in Austin. Here we go. Here comes Dan. Let's see if this works. Dan, are you back, buddy?
I'm back audioly.
You've got orally? Wait.
You see that?
Hey! Zing! Ladies and gentlemen, joining us live via Skype is Dan Trachtenberg. And you know what? Look at this. I get to do this right here.
Yeah, I can't see me.
Oh yeah, you're not seeing yourself because you're watching on Skype. If you mute the BB Live Show feed and watch that, you can watch everything with a delay. Oh, I see. And now we get a phone call. Hold on just a second. Let me actually see who we got on the line here. Hey, this is Brian. You're on the air with Dan Trachtenberg from the Totally Rad Show. What's going on?
Hey, Brian. This is Patrick D.
Who is it?
Patrick from the Chibi.
Oh, holy cow. Patrick Delahanty. How you doing, Patrick?
Pretty good.
So, what's the story?
So I've actually got two. My parents actually managed to scam JetBlue.
Wait, you managed to scam JetBlue. What did you manage to scam?
Well, my parents travel down to Florida in the winter, and they've got two rabbits.
They have rabbits.
They couldn't find an airline that would allow rabbits on.
And what did JetBlue say?
They read the fine print on the JetBlue website that if they had a doctor's note, they could pretty much bring anything they wanted.
So they had to get a doctor's note saying they needed to bring their rabbit.
Yes, and so the doctor's a friend of my mother, wrote a note saying, oh, well, this emotional distress needs the rabbits to comfort her, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, no kidding.
Complete BS. And so she gets to bring the rabbits on for free. Normally you'd have to pay for a pet. It's $75 each or something.
Right.
And so she gets to bring them on for free, hold them in her lap, and they go through airport security, and the security loves them and everything. So.
Well, that's pretty good. I'm going to say bringing illegal house pets is pretty good. Hold on, we got another call jumping in, so I'm going to jump off here, Patrick. Hey, this is Brian. You're on the air with Dan Trachtenberg. What's going on?
Hold on, we got another call jump off.
Oh,
What's
wait,
up?
wait, oh, wait, I get to be that guy. I get to say, caller, turn down your radio. What's going on?
Schwood. You don't know who it is, do you?
I don't know. Who is this?
Owen, huge black guy in New York.
Okay. There it is. Okay. Are we on? Okay, my fault. That was totally my fault. By the way, every time VidBlaster crashes out, it craps out the audio when it reboots, and that's my fault for not remember that. By the way, you guys could not hear. This is Owen, which if you watch the Scam School live in New York, he's the guy who leaned into the mic and said white people are crazy, which I thought was pretty awesome.
They are crazy. You're crazy anyway. Stuff you got, but anyway.
Well, thank you. So what's going on, bud?
Nothing, man. Just wanted to call and say hi. Awesome. This is the first time I'm catching your show you're doing, so I'll try and check it out again.
Well, it's the first time we actually look like a show. Normally, it's me screaming and crying and playing ridiculous tunes and having crap breaks. So
at least you're not setting yourself on fire.
Yeah.
Yes, I am the black guy person in the stream room.
Okay. All right.
Wait, is this the O Doctor?
Yep.
Dude.
Doctor.
What are you guessing? There's if you guys can see behind me in the video, the sculpture. There's a sculpture there of me.
Is that you?
Oh, there it is. It's on the wall. There it is.
There it is, dude. It was sent to
What dude made that?
by O Doctor.
O Doctor made that? That's awesome.
Yeah, I got one for Kevin
all
Rose
of us.
too. I'm just broke. I don't have money to spend it.
That is badass, dude.
Yeah, they're pretty awesome.
Oh, we just locked up again.
Maybe I'll squeeze you one in by the end of the year. You'll love it. They're kind of epic.
All right, dude. Well, hey, I'm gonna drop this off.
All right.
Great talking to you,
guys.
O Doctor. And of course VidBlaster. You know what happens? You don't know the whole backstory, Dan. Not that it matters, but the whole backstory is I have been using this VidBlaster software in the trial format since day one, and a month into it, people started giving me guff saying that it was about time for me to actually pay for VidBlaster, get a real license or whatever, and I ended up connecting with the guy who created the VidBlaster software, who, crazy enough, turns out to actually be, hold on, we're about to lose audio. Wait for it, we're about to lose audio. Sit tight, sit tight, sit tight, we're about to lose the audio. Hold on, still keep waiting. Go. Okay, so we should have audio back now, right? We have audio back?
Right.
I hear.
Okay. And so it turns out that the guy who creates the software, Doug, digs this train wreck. Apparently he likes to laugh at us. And so in exchange for me shooting a demo and a tutorial for him, he gave me a license version. That was very loud. In beta. And hold on, I just got. Oh man, I can't share this. Hey, this is Brian. You're on the air. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing this evening?
Hey, who is this?
This is Dave.
Hey, what's going on, Dave? Where are you from?
Actually, LA.
Yep, LA out there in Dan Trachtenberg country.
Yeah, actually down the street. No, I'm just kidding.
That was a little bit
So
disturbing.
the scam I had was with Symantec.
With what? With who?
Symantec.
Symantec. Yeah. What did you do?
Yeah, the software makers.
Mm-hmm.
So many years ago, I was unemployed and I needed money. So they actually had a money-back guarantee thing.
Okay,
So I went
go
to my
on.
local computer store, bought a bunch of Mac software, the antivirus. They were $100 each. Paid cash, mailed in the money back thing, and they had a weird policy where they let you keep the software.
Wait.
Not only did I earn,
They had a money-back guarantee that allowed you to keep the software.
yeah, once the software's open, they had like a weird policy that they would not take it back.
I see. So all you had to do was
So I
walk
just-
back.
Yeah, so I got my money back. I made sure I didn't open up the software and returned it back to the store.
Wow, that is
Allegedly, guys.
allegedly. Yeah, hypothetically speaking, that's what happened.
Yes.
Well, so you got that.
All
There
right,
you go.
guys. Thank you very much for your time. You guys have a good one.
All right, you got it, man. Take care. And that's the
I
crime
bought
segment.
3 different power inverters while I was traveling around the country. Every time I drove across country, I'd buy one and then return it on the other side of the country.
Do you know what I did? And I'm a little bit ashamed to actually say this out. Hold on. Let me first of all see if wait. Sorry for the music. Sit tight. There we go. I was trying to open this playlist and it went all nutty there. When I was in college, this is kind of bad. This is as bad as I got. I felt guilty after this. But does anyone remember? And I don't know if anyone remembers this, but around the time. Sorry. Hey, it's Brian. What's going on? And he hung up. That was kind of cool. He was ashamed of. By the way, I got a text from my wife Bonnie. It says, "Shh. Is the window still open? I'm sure Michelle can make out your ecstatic profanities." So there's that. When I was in college, there was a time when 56K modems were finally coming around. It was finally happening. And do you remember there was arguments over what the standard for 56K modems would be? Dan, does that ring any bells to you?
All I remember is we could not afford the 56K, and a friend of mine had it, and I was like, this moves so fast.
Right.
And,
well, that's
wow.
what was going on with this. Hey, hold on. You're going to be on the air, but you got to wait. So U.S. Robotics had a 28.8 modem, right? And then they came out with the first 56K one, but it was before they waited on the V90 standard, and they came out with their own 56K that nobody supported. And I went out and I bought a 56K. Boom, yeah, let's do this. And I actually couldn't really afford the 56K at the time, but I had this 28.8 modem that looked identical to their 56K modem, had the same bezel, had the same top, looked like the same innards, and different sticker on the top. And I realized that if I just unscrewed and switched the bezels, then I could get the 56K. And I went in and I returned the 56K that was actually a 28.8. And then but then it turned out that the 56K wasn't good because they hadn't decided on a standard. So then the new 56Ks, the V90s, came out, and so I did the same thing. And that was the worst thing I ever did.
Crazy.
I don't know if it was the worst thing I ever did, but on the same note, I had an LG phone that I dropped in the toilet, and the little red dot on the inside turns red?
Yeah, because it's been exposed to water.
Yeah, but I took the phone apart, cut out a new white dot out of a calendar, and ripped that one off, re-glued it on, and then put the phone back together, and then shipped it off to LG for my new phone.
Oh, dude, that's pretty good. Dan, what do you got?
All I have that makes me think of talking about 56K modem is the memory, and this might be too off color, but it's the internet, of when I was a little years old over my house trying to download porn in whatever, I don't think it was a modem, whatever it, I mean, I guess it had to be a modem, but the slowest of slow, and it was like
one line at a time.
Yeah, one line at a time, and you're like, what is it gonna be? We didn't know what it was. We knew the file name was something, ambiguous.
Something horse porn.
Yeah, but and then it kept going slow, and then when it would all come in, it was completely pixelated, and then slowly, it was this 25-minute exciting experience to see an obscure elbow or something. It was the most exciting, horrible, slow internet experience of your life, and no 13-year-old boy will ever know what that's like.
I certainly will remember what that was like. Did it?
Pretty crazy, right?
Wait. Hold on, and audio is back again. By the way, that was not a lack of reaction to your story. That was a restarting VidBlaster moment there, because I could hear you told the story and you were not getting any reaction, and then you were like, pretty crazy, huh?
I was like, well, you know, I don't care.
No, because it's like I'm totally there. I'm totally right there with you. Let me do this. I'm gonna see if I can make this work a little bit better. We're trying some adjustments. Did I mention the software's in beta? There we go. We'll see if
you mentioned it was in beta.
There we go. Hey, we got a caller on the phone. Who is this?
Hey, Schwoody.
Who's this?
It's Cargill.
Holy crap! It's Cargill from Spill.com. Dan, are you familiar with the guys over at Spill.com?
It sounds familiar.
Cartoon movie reviews. They're animated movie reviews.
Yeah, except that Dan is actually familiar with me in another way.
Uh-oh. Carnally?
He knows me as Massa Worm.
As Massa Worm, yeah. Wait, did you guys get into something? What's going on here?
No, I'm a news, dude. I've been reading his stuff. I'm a fan of the surrounding zeitgeist that is Ain't It Cool, and he's a part of that. And so that I just know him. But
all right, are you ready for a bit of trivia, Dan?
Starting this podcast, I didn't know it was still. I didn't know that was what it was called. But I remember I used to hang out in the Ain't It Cool chat rooms, and you probably know Safi from the Ain't It Cool chat rooms. She used to tell me about.
All right, well. He said he knows Safi real well, but what I was going to share is that...
Well, no, not that kind of well.
Well, no, I mean, you know him well. You know, yeah, right. Her, right. Safi. What I was going to say, though, here's the trivia. This is what I was trying to get to, is Cargill was the original first host ever of the first BBliveShow experiment, 4 months ago?
It was longer than that. It was before you went to Universal.
Holy cow, it was. Dude, you're right.
You and I got drunk, just got totally wasted.
Already, this is not believable. I'm not believing a word of this.
Oh, because you're both from Austin.
Yeah. Which, by the way, you want to see Cargill while you're down here?
Of course. But your name's Cargill? I'm having a hard time with this.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Massa Worm is a moniker.
This is where it gets complicated.
Yeah, it's going to get complicated. There's Massa Worm, which is a fake name for this guy you're talking to. So you're talking to Massa Worm.
Carlisle is my fake name on Spill.
Right. If you go to Spill.com, it's Carlisle for legal reasons. They don't use their real name, so it's Carlisle instead of Cargill. But the actual guy, and turns out the actual guy you're talking to, the guy who's really Cargill, his name's not Cargill. That's not his first name. That's just his last name. Everyone calls him by his last name, Cargill.
Crazy.
Nobody calls me by my first name.
Right. What is the name Massa?
And then my brain exploded.
But so what's going on, Cargill? You got are you doing any big South by Southwest stuff? Are you going to go to the same shows that these guys are?
Oh, more than likely. I'm doing the Fantastic Fest at midnight stuff, and then I'll see untold millions of other movies. Untold millions? Are they really up to that number? It seems that way sometimes.
Methinks there's some exaggeration. By the way,
just a wee bit. But you don't know anything about exaggeration, right, Brian?
No, I would never know a single thing about exaggeration. By the way, for those of you guys who don't watch Spill.com, they do 5-minute animated movie reviews.
Somewhere around there. Yeah.
And by animated, I don't mean like they throw their hands around and scream a lot. I mean they're actual cartoon characters that review the movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome, dude. Please, if you can make to our live show, I love.
Wait,
hold on.
I missed that.
None of us were able to understand what you just said, Dan. That was kind of cool.
What happened?
Say it again. I don't know. Your voice all of a sudden was like, okay, if you can.
Oh yeah, I do that. I do that with my voice. That was on purpose. Intentional.
Okay,
but that's the voice he uses when he goes through the drive-through.
What were you going to say to Cargill?
No, I was just saying, I would love for you, if you make it to our show, I would love to finally meet you.
He would love to finally meet you. I don't know if you heard that.
Absolutely. No, that's definitely going to happen.
All right, dude.
Awesome, man.
All right, Cargill. Take care, man.
All right, you too, brother. Talk to you later.
So, so let's get back to talk about what is the game plan for Austin. You guys have already gotten your flights, I assume, or what's the story?
Revision 3 is helping out with that stuff. So I'm not the guy that. We just had to talk to them today. What we need to do, what was needed to put on the live show, and what kinds of ideas we have for it. So if they are still figuring out what they're flying. It's going to be Saturday or Sunday. I'm very excited to see movies. Yeah, I mean, I said on the show, the TRS show that came out today, years ago I was at South by Southwest and I saw High Fidelity and the documentary Beyond the Mat, and it was there's nothing like seeing stuff at film festivals. I was actually also talking to Peter Shreda who runs Slash Film today, and we were talking about when you like a movie at a film festival, you love a movie.
Right. Because it's like you discovered it. It's like you found it fully formed, buried 6 feet beneath the earth.
Exactly. And there's like this vibe, this communal experience of an audience who everyone's sort of like, oh my God, are you seeing this? And you haven't seen any promotional materials. You don't know what to expect. And as you said, there's this sort of sentiment of, no one knows about this. And you just want people to know about it. And it turns what might be just, oh yeah, it was good, into, oh my God, it was great.
Well, and everything becomes more special when you've discovered it yourself. That's true for bands. When you're the first person who discovered, like I remember feeling ownership of Tenacious D, and there was this moment when I had to let them go to the world, and same thing at Flight of the Conchords now. I'm like, oh, you've heard of them too now. Well, I guess I need to find something else. Hey, we got another caller on the line here. Hold on just a second. Hey, this is Brian. You're on the line. Who is this?
Hey, it's Dodd.
Oh, wait, this is Dodd Vickers. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, Dan, it's Dodd from Magic Newswire again. I was just trying to follow up with you, get back to the original part of the story here. We were talking about scams. Have you ever, posed to somebody or had somebody call for you to get you a better reservation? Or
have you ever taken skullduggerous abuse of your newfound fame and personality?
Definitely not with my newfound quasi-fame.
Oh, come on, dude. Not what, there's not been a moment you felt like totally pimp?
To get
even
something?
I've felt that.
Yeah, dude, Amtrekker, he's a professional hobo when he's had it. Come on, man.
Yeah, he knows how to work it, Amtrekker. He's done his mojo on me. He's crashed my place. Seduced my interest. To have a couch to stay in when he was in LA. I don't know what I've done scamishly.
Well, when have you
we
felt
were just talking about getting into a concert or getting into a restaurant or anything.
Well, and even if you haven't, have you ever felt like wow, this must be because of whatever? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm a pretty good dude. I'm a pretty morally upstanding individual.
You are the only one.
I don't try to subvert anyone's proper intentions. I don't know. I used to make prank phone calls when I was a kid. I don't think I ever got anything out of that.
Ding, 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 ding. We've got a winner. What was your best prank phone call?
It sounds like a perfect Dan becomes a man episode.
Yeah, Dan becomes a man.
That's true. We need to get Dan to sneak into a movie theater. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Dude, I like this.
I never did that. I never paid for a movie and then, yes I did. I'll tell you what. I did.
He's like a child who got caught. He's like, yes I did. I'm bad.
I'll tell you what 3 movies I saw in one day. I saw, I paid to go see Breakdown. The mistake was Breakdown was the first movie my friend and I saw, and that is a freaking intense, awesome movie.
It made you want to do something dangerous.
Have you seen Breakdown, Kurt Russell? Breakdown?
Yeah, no, I know the movie.
Okay. So should have been our last look. The second movie we saw was Fifth Element, which I didn't love. I'm like the guy who doesn't love that movie.
No, I'm the other guy. You and me both. Because the Fifth Element is love.
It's not that good.
No, I don't like it.
Yeah, it's a very odd. The pacing, the structure. It's like not a lot happens.
Gary Oldman was awesome.
It's like-
He alone was worth watching that movie. Chris Tucker was way too much, way too fast, and Mila Jovovich was pretty to look at, and that's about all there is to the movie.
She's very, and the taxi cab scene is great.
Yes.
But that's it.
It's
Let me
like
tell
if
you,
someone tried to make Blade Runner
sequences-
but only saw the movie poster for it.
I like that.
That's funny. Yeah, anyway. And the third movie was Warriors of Virtue.
What?
So I don't know if you remember, there's a reason why I saw it, but it was the kid gets sucked into an alternate universe where there's kung fu kangaroos.
Of course there is. Why wouldn't there be?
You guys remember that movie?
No.
It's good. It's proper. You shouldn't remember it. It was a weird movie, but I was huge into Hong Kong action films in high school.
He was huge into kangaroos at the time.
I was really into
He
kangaroos.
was very experimental.
Captain Kangaroo, Kangaroo Jack, fucking Roo. I don't know. So I was huge into Hong Kong films, and it was directed by not Peter Powell. It was directed by Ronnie Yu, who did a bunch of classic Hong Kong films. Bride with White Hair was one of his biggest ones, and then he came to America and he did Bride of Chucky. Was that his first one? He's done some of these Bride of Chucky movies and some really bad action films. But it was shot by Peter Powell, who later on, he shot all of this guy's movies, but he later on won an Oscar for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. And it is even this stupid kids movie, Warriors of Virtue, is very cool looking.
All right,
It's
Warriors
really weird.
of Virtue, you say.
Yeah.
And it has kung fu kangaroos.
Kung Fu Ruse.
All right, Kung Fu Ruse. By the way, you know that's there are three things that I need to see in my movies, and I was making a joke about this in an interview earlier today, but I don't know that it's a joke. Explosions, robots, or kung fu. That's pretty. And if they got Kung Fu Ruse, then that's it for me. I'll check it out.
Wait, you mean those are must?
Oh yeah, I mean those are. I mean I will go see any movie that has explosions, robots, or kung fu.
So. Oh, that has any of the three. It doesn't have to have all.
No. Yeah. But those are prerequisites. It's like, hey, you want to go see blah blah blah? Well, I don't know. Is there explosions? Is there robots? Is there kung fu?
Transformers. You were a fan?
I had an good time watching Transformers. This is the criteria for whether I'll go see the movie, not how good the movie's gonna be. This is like I'm sitting at home and they're like, "Do you want to see this movie?" Well, I don't know. Are there robots? Are there explosions? Are there kung fu? You know, yes to any of those. We got somebody calling in. I'm gonna let you drop off there, Dodd.
Well, I just wanted to say I think we've got two great Dan Becomes a Man episodes here.
All right.
We've got Dan Becomes a Man at the Magic Castle, and we have Dan Becomes a Man doing a scam with you, Brian.
At the Magic Castle.
We have to sneak him into one movie that he didn't pay for, like no ticket ownership at any point.
I did. Oh, that's scary. What's the method?
All right.
It's not that they have like those back alley doors anymore that you can like.
Well, they do. But they all scream as soon as you open it.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, hey Don, I'm gonna open up this line. We got room for a couple more calls here. You got it, man. It's good talking to you. By the way, somebody called in the middle of that, and they dropped off, so I'm sure they'll come back. Back to Austin. How long has this business been in the works? I feel like I'm the last person to know anything. Coming to my backyard?
We just announced it today. Anything because we weren't sure if it was going to happen.
Yeah.
So, but I assure you. You know, Jeff and I, Alex.
Oh, sorry. Sit tight.
It's okay. You and Alex have met, but Jeff and I, we're big fans of your show, and we've always been very excited to actually meet you. And when we knew we were going to go to South by, we immediately thought Ush Wood would be there. So.
What do you guys do? And it's all movies and parties for you guys up until the 17th, huh?
Basically, I mean, we want to try and do some interactive stuff too. We're still figuring out what all that is.
Well,
but there's
if I can tell a secret here. Part of the reason that we're doing this episode tonight is I don't know if you know this. I have a panel discussion at South by Southwest Interactive, and the title is very impressive. The title is "Social Engineering: Scam Your Way into Anything" with Brian Brushwood. And I'm like, well, great. Who else do you guys want on the panel? And they're like, oh, no, we want it to be you because you're the guy who has the show, so give us the presentation on it. And so now I'm a little bit sort of oh, wait, did we just lose? We just lost. Son of a bitch. Are you? Can you guys hear me still? We still have audio, right?
Yeah.
I can see you also.
All right. Well, I froze, so that means we're gonna have to do the restart thing. But anyway, that's the whole reason that we were having this is so we could solicit stories of classic and epic scams people have pulled off. And we got some great stuff on how to fake some credentials and how to get out of speeding tickets and that kind of stuff. You don't have any tidbits in that regard, though, do you?
Let me ask you something, Brian. You know, I get out speeding tickets by being like polite and not condescending in any way, and I generally. Oh, I just lost video somehow. Oh, came back.
Yep.
Let me ask you a couple things, Brian.
All right, go for it.
One is, do you have a favorite scam? I'm bringing it back to my home court. Do you have a favorite con artist movie like Matchstick Men, Confidence?
I think that Matchstick Men is one of the oh, and I'm sure we're about to lose audio here, so sit tight. Hold on. We also have somebody calling at the same time, so hold on one second. Things are going to get nutty here. Hey, this is Brian. Who's this? All right, hold on, Morris. I'm going to put you on the air here in just a second. And I do want to answer your question there, Dan. But first I got to select this. Wait for it. Wait for it. And here it comes. And there we go. And we're back with audio, so you can hear that now, right, Dan?
I can hear you. I haven't lost. Yeah. The
Okay.
screen is frozen though.
Yeah, don't worry. We're gonna fix the screen here momentarily. This is that fabulous beta software that we're using right here. So let me turn this on right here, and we got a caller on the line, Morris, who I'm gonna have wait for just a moment before we get to their question. But your question was, what is the best scam movie? Huge fan of Matchstick Men. I think it's one of the most underwritten scam movies out there. Loved Matchstick Men.
That movie. Love it.
You know what? It's not technically a scam movie, but I do feel like it gets close enough to it that I'm going to say The Prestige. Enough of the elements that I love about a good con movie are in there.
Way up there
Well,
on
I was going to ask you a
movies
magic movie, and I feel like that's really.
It's a magic movie, but it has all the elements of a great con movie as well, you know, where everything's laid out in front of you. You should have seen it, and then, you know, you get that tickle at the end. Certainly the usual suspects.
If you're scaling, Matchstick Men on your irrational number scale, where does Sting fit in there? Because that's pretty hard.
I thought you were going to say the Sting.
As old as it is, it's way up there.
Well, the Sting is it's pie. It's pie. On this show, we judge stuff on a scale from E to pi. I don't know if you know that, but it's pretty much pie. You don't get better than the Sting. What's his name? Ray Walston, My Favorite Martian, and Robert Redford, and all those. I loved it. Loved the Sting a million times over. It's fantastic. What about you, Dan? What's your favorite con movie?
I love Matchstick Men. I was actually I'm very excited to see Brothers Bloom. I don't know how you felt about Brick, but it's the guy who made Brick making a frickin' con man movie.
What is wait, I have not seen Brick. What's the story with Brick?
Dude, you know, I don't totally know your taste, but I know that you're into, you know, the TRS stuff.
It's film noir
stuff
in
talk
high
about
school.
enough to
Yeah, okay.
that you might be into. It is a it came out a couple years ago. It is a film noir set in a modern day noir, but set in a high school. And it's sort of mixed with a spaghetti western feel with very stylish dialogue in the vein of Miller's Crossing, which is one of my favorite movies of all time.
Wait, you like Miller's Crossing? I'm a bad man, I guess.
You don't like Miller's Crossing?
I've only given it one go through, and I fell asleep the first 2 times I tried it, and then the movie was giving me the high hat. That's all I'm gonna say.
Dude, it's a great movie, and it's a movie. It's funny, they were talking about this on the Totally Ratchet forums, and I was contributing to about Brick and comparing it to, and it's similar to Miller's Crossing in that Miller's Crossing is a movie that first of all, beautiful looking, but orally, you know, you really have to pay attention to the words. You know,
right.
You can't just sort of zone out and assume that you will fall inside of it. At least for me, I have to be really, like, I have to pay attention to every word that's said, and I'm rewarded for that because it's so every line of dialogue is brilliant, and it means something, and it's sort of poetic. But it's there's a barrier to entry. You have to kind of be paying attention.
Well, and
also
to be
the
honest,
plot is very.
I am by default. I'm by default made to want to love movies that are unrepentant and unforgiving in that stuff, where it's sort of like, that's
Robots, Kung Fu, and explosions pretty much sums it up, doesn't it?
What's that? Say it again.
I said robots, Kung Fu, or explosions.
No. I mean, that's that's my jokey entry. But I love movies that don't wait for you. That's what I loved about Primer. Primer was unforgiving. In that it's just like, hey, we're going on with the dialogue. I'm sorry, were you not paying attention? And do you have no idea what we're talking about? Well, I guess you better catch up. I love movies that do that.
I know what movie you love.
What's that?
I know your favorite con movie.
Yes.
Dirty Rotten Scoundrels.
Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. That one was pretty good. I actually did enjoy that. Did you like that one?
Oh, the Spanish Prisoner was awesome too.
Yeah, Spanish Prisoner was amazing. What else? I actually haven't seen all of House of Games yet. I've seen the parts of it I saw I liked.
The funny thing about, I think that is, what's the guy who directed High Fidelity? He did Dangerous Liaisons, and The Grifters. Oh boy.
I did like The Grifters as well. We just recommended The Grifters on Scam.
Really? I never saw it.
Oh, no, you got to see The Grifters.
And thanks to you, I just watched it, and it's not that good.
What?
I didn't care for it.
Are you serious?
Totally let me down.
No, dude, get out of town. You got to get past the fact that it takes place in the 80s. It's very trendy for the 80s, but I thought it was great.
Brian, you got to watch
It's not the 80s that bothered me at all. It was a miserable movie. Not like miserably made, just like, it did not give me anything.
You didn't get the whole numbers game, and that wasn't new to you on how to cheat the horse races and whatnot?
No, I mean, sure, you get cons out of it or whatever, but as far as a good solid story out of it, I got nothing. I mean, the ending was horrible.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna cop to the ending. I'm gonna say what lessons you learned while you did it. That was important.
All right.
But
there's some okay cons. But
have you
some
seen
of them were just kind of chintzy too, like the Bill Switch and stuff.
Okay, but I did see. I loved Spanish Prisoner. Have not seen House of Games. I often hear them compared side by side. Which one is the better of the two?
I've only seen Spanish Prisoner. I have not seen House of Games.
I have not either. Amtrekker?
I don't even really. I don't know much
the
about
one
House of
scene
Games.
I saw was pretty awesome in House of Games. But although there is a moment with where what's his name? All I can think of is the guy he plays on The Simpsons, Tony Montano. What's the actor's name? The guy who plays Fat Tony on The Simpsons.
I'm so not the Simpsons guy. I'm the wrong guy for.
Come on,
I'm the one guy in the world who you can reference a Simpsons scene and I won't know what it is.
Oh, hopefully my brother will be in the chat room still. Somebody says the House of Spanish. Joe Montana, that's his name. Joe Montana does a terrible. He does a terrible French drop. It's one of those moments you could tell he's lit and it's supposed to be like, I'm the con man. I know my magic, but he does just the worst. One of these things that you've ever seen, which that made me sad. But I do want to see House of Games.
And Miller's Crossing again.
Right. I will say, you know what? I'll give Miller's Crossing a second chance because I'm a huge fan of everything the Coen brothers do. I loved everything.
Dude.
You
said you liked that. The movie doesn't stop for you. You gotta kind of catch up to it. I think you'd get into it. It's shot by Barry Sonnenfeld. He used to shoot their movies.
No kidding. I didn't know that.
He shot the first one. Brilliant. I know you love Simple.
Blood Simple, yeah.
Yeah, and he shot Miller's Crossing, and it looks great. And and
I will say that the shooting is phenomenal. Like those shots with what's his name? All I'm thinking of is Jesus. Nobody fucks with the Jesus from.
I don't think he shot. Yeah, I know.
What's his name? John Turturro. John Turturro. I picture him out in the woods.
Leaving for his life. Amazing.
Beautiful, amazing photography for sure.
And I was just saying, they just to bring it full circle, they before they did Blood Simple, Sonnenfeld and the Coen brothers, they did porn together.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
They shot porn.
They weren't in it. Hey, you know what just occurred to me is that somebody's been waiting very patiently on the phone the entire time we've had this conversation. Who's this on the phone with us?
This is Morris.
Hey, Morris, what's going on, man?
Nothing. Well, we were talking about scam movies. I was remembering number 11.
Lucky Number 11. I did not see that movie. Dan, did you see that?
I did. I liked it. I remember when it came out, people were sort of, oh, it's like a Guy Ritchie knockoff. And then when people actually saw it, it was a good movie. I enjoyed it. I didn't love it. It's the guy, recently that movie Push just came out, and it's the same director. Yeah, it was good. I don't really remember it that well.
Is that the one where the magician could kill people throwing cards, or was that a different Las Vegas crazy heist movie?
That's the Joe Carnahan. I like that movie that you're talking about, Brian.
Yeah, I don't know.
Joe did Narc. Jeremy Piven is the guy who can throw cards. Is that what you're referring to?
Wait, Jeremy.
Smoking Aces.
Comment.
Smoking
Aces.
Smoking Aces. That's what. Wait, that was Jeremy Piven.
Jeremy Piven plays he throws cards. Yeah, he plays the
I didn't see it. I didn't see the movie. I only saw the ad for it.
Oh, it's a fun movie. I mean, some people hate it, some people love it, so I feel tough to recommend. But
that's cool. All right, you got anything else for us, Morris?
Well, yeah, I was wanted to ask Dan, I got this earlier today about Dear Zachary.
Yeah.
And I never really heard of the movie, and he explained it so well. Like, it was life-changing, and I was like, I've never heard of this movie, Dear Zachary.
Which movie?
Dear Zachary.
Oh, no, I don't know that one.
It's so it's a documentary. It just came out today on DVD, and you could actually watch it inside Netflix. I recommend someone does it if they're alone in the house with a box of tissues. And I realized what that sounds like, but I actually mean it in a very it is the most.
We've come so far from watching the photo load one line at a
time. Dear Zachary is a documentary. I hate having this about Dear Zachary that a guy made this for a friend of his who something bad happened and he's dead, and so he makes this documentary for this guy's son, and that is interesting and compelling enough, but it completely incredible, and
we heard it we heard pretty much everything up until it completely, and then we heard incredible. Was there anything in the middle?
It evolves and turns into something else.
Okay. Which, by the way,
it's an amazing documentary. You must see it. It will. It'll. Yeah.
This is a character flaw I have, is that there's so many movies that are capital I important that I really know I need to go see, but it's just like, hey, what do I feel like doing? Crying? Not so much now. I'm gonna blow up zombies. It's tough for me to.
I hear you. It's not a character flaw. I think everyone has that. It happens to me on TV. It's like, I could watch American Idol right now, or I could watch the show I need to watch for that I'm not really in the mood to watch. You watch Candy,
right?
Because that's the easiest thing to do. But for me, I like waiting till I'm in the mood for something, so I totally respect that. I find I'm so much happier when I've saved a movie on the TiVo for a while, or I've had it on Netflix, and I know it's been there for a long time, but when I'm suddenly I want to watch it, I put it in, and I'm instantly thrilled that I waited for the right mindset to watch it, because you might not enjoy it if you're in the wrong mindset. At the same time, usually you think that way, like it's a documentary, it's gonna be boring, whatever. And
no, see, I'm the opposite. I'll watch documentaries all day. I love documentaries.
Yeah, they're easier to. Right. That's a good point.
But here's what short circuits me is when I don't know what I'm in for. For example, I signed up for Netflix only 8 months ago. I was late to the Netflix chain, right? I ordered the first movie I put in my queue, and I just got the one disc at a time deal. I put in for I think it was Pan's Labyrinth. No, it wasn't. It was Eagle versus Shark was the first movie I got, And the reason I got that was because I couldn't stream it. Meanwhile, I discovered all the streaming stuff. I watched King Corn. I watched obviously Super Size Me and all the crazy documentaries, awesome, interesting stuff. Fistful of Quarters, the King of Kong, all of that stuff. Loved them. Got Eagle versus Shark, watched that. The disc crapped out 3 times while we tried to watch it, sent it back, and I kid you not, the next movie I got in my queue was Michael Clayton, and it is still downstairs in my office right now. I have watched hundreds of movies on the live streaming, and I still have not watched Michael Clayton.
My brother and I have had Deer Hunter, not currently, but there was an era of our Netflix subscription that we had Deer Hunter out for, I cannot tell you how long we had it out, and then we eventually, oh, you tell me you can't hear me right now?
No, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry, I'm looking at the videos delayed.
Yeah.
But we had it out so long that we just returned it. We had never, since I watched it, the movie theater here was playing it, so I got to see it in the theater, but we just returned it. It comes to the point where you have to return. Actually, Michael Clayton is on my TiVo. I have it saved, and it's probably going to be there for a long time. That's a hard one to get in the mood for.
My brother has a 5-day rule. He's like, no matter what it is, if you don't watch it in 5 days, he sends it back, and and he does multiple discs all at the same time.
I sometimes try, if it's like that, I'll just hit play, and I'll say, I'll just watch the first 5 minutes, and I'll see. And generally, the thing is with these movies, and you hear that they're long and boring, and or they seem long and boring, but everyone says they're good. Generally they're good.
They
and
suck
then
you
you
in
don't
right
care.
away. Yeah.
It's so.
By the way, I was late, and I don't know if this is, and I'm so jealous of. For you, it's your job, and it's very easy to budget time to go see movies because you have to because of whatever. But for me, it's the opposite. It's, I've got my job and I'm doing scam school, and I've got the kids in the family too, which means if I'm going to dedicate myself to watching a movie, I can't be bothered to watch, half, not even if it's crap or not, but I can't stand average. Like Push sounds like it would be a lot of fun. There's no chance I'll go see it because it doesn't bust out of the upper echelon there. And as a result, I have to wait till after Oscars to know what movies I should bother to go see. Finally, just watched No Country for Old Men the other day, and I don't know, like 2 months ago or whatever.
Amazing.
Amazing, and by amazing I mean sad.
I mean, I meant like amazing movie, right?
No, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. The missus didn't so much dig the ending. I loved how creepy and bizarre and strange the ending was.
Yeah, it's
I've just been waiting for the soundtrack to come out.
Is the soundtrack? Is the soundtrack really good? There is no soundtrack.
No music whatsoever.
I did not notice that.
Bad joke. Thought that was gonna go over that.
I did not notice that. That's great though.
Yeah.
That makes me respect it all the more.
There's really zero music.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I did not notice a single musical lick in that movie.
Might be wrong.
What I loved is that the Coen brothers could go from that to Burn After Reading. Just like that.
You would love that movie. I did not like Burn After Reading, but I can imagine you liking that.
You know what I loved about it is that it's so strange to be able to cause somebody to gasp in horror and then 10 seconds later be laughing hysterically at the exact same thing. It's not like you're gasping at one thing and laughing at something totally different. You're gasping at something horrific and then laughing at that exact same thing instantly. That to me is manipulation at that's social engineering right there.
You're a dark comedy guy.
What I loved about that movie is I love that the Coen brothers work with so many amazing people. I mean, the art direction in that movie was just phenomenal. The fact that the guy pulls out his wallet and it's not just like a couple of dollar bills, it's like wadded up dollar bills and nothing else, and that they have an entire crew that's so dedicated to details like that is amazing.
Yeah.
A lot of they really pay attention to details.
I feel like Dan's making judgment about my movie likes now. I feel like you're disappointed in me.
No, what I do, I'm trying to hone in on your taste, and that's why I said you like dark comedy. I'm getting you because what I have in my brain is I have not seen Fido, but I remember you were so excited about that movie Fido because you messaged me, and So now I'm sort of honing in on.
Oh no! Look, it's a terrible movie. Fido's a terrible movie, but it's awesome.
No,
like,
yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
There are some movies that, and I don't know how to describe it. It's like what I can't, like for example, Men in Black is crazy and idiotic, and nothing makes sense, and it doesn't matter, and it does a good job of making me be like, dude, you really want to sweat the small stuff? I'm like, no, I don't. Let's go for a ride, and they scoop me up, and we have a great time. And then there's other movies that Primer is unforgiving and totally, like, look, you paying attention? We're doing this. You gotta focus. And oh, I'm sorry, are we not going slow enough for you, Brushwood? And I love that too. And then there's ones that are the mushy middle where it's like we're trying, and I'm trying to think of an example, and nothing's coming to mind, but something where it's like, oh, we're putting on the veneer of trying to be realistic, but really there's all these plot holes and with these movies.
Grifters.
Well, I don't know. It's been long enough for grifters that I don't remember. There was a movie where it happened just the other day, and I can't remember which one it is. I'd hate to say it. I'm going to say like Dark Knight. There was all these moments in Dark Knight that I was busy wondering, wait, that doesn't make any sense. Why would he do that and not use this instead? And how come he's not thinking about this way or whatever? And I have to put the blame on the movie for not scooping me up and making me not care, because it's the veneer of the seriousness and I don't know. And by the way, yeah, I do think the video froze, but I'm going to leave it going because I want to hear what you have to say.
I was saying Dark Knight's kind of a good scam movie, right?
What? Go on.
Okay. The opening.
The stuff with Gordon.
Heist, the opening bank robbery, very cool scam.
Yeah.
Not your typical way of robbing a bank. And smarter than I expected. And the decision that Batman has to make between Harvey Dent and the chick.
Yeah.
His plans, are all good scams. Maybe not. Maybe they don't meet the.
Well, certainly it's a straight up classic detective story, which I thought was great. I loved seeing CSI Batman. But there were just parts of, what, I tell you what it was. It was like watching Harvey Dent's effed up face, and I'm busy thinking stuff like I'm busy. Wait, do we still have you? I don't know if we lost everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, you're still there. I'm looking at Harvey Dent's effed up face, and I'm thinking to myself, you can't form that syllable without a lip, or and it's like, dude. I part of me feels guilty. It's like, why am I thinking that? I'm supposed to be having a good time watching this movie, but then again, it's the job of the director to make me not even have a moment to think that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Right. That happens. A good one. Again, it's already your second time watching it, but it's a good. It was. Received it. Going to watch after you've seen it before, so that's you've already been thinking about that, and you might in a different mood fall into.
All right, and by the way, we lost the beginning of what you were saying, but it sounded like you were saying that I should give it a chance because sometimes you just hit movies when you're not in the right mood to experience
You're
them.
sort of outside it, and if you've already seen it once and you had all those thoughts, the second time you're going to go through that again, and you might fall into the story. What do you think, David Lynch?
Hold on one second. I'm gonna make sure that the video's up before we start talking about David Lynch. Let's check with everyone at home. Are we back on? Okay, good. That was pretty. Yeah, everyone's drunk now because the drinking game is every time the stream f's up, everybody drinks, so we're all drunk now.
Funny,
David Lynch. 50-50?
Because he plays head games, so I thought you might love the head.
Yeah, no, 50-50. It's a coin toss. Okay. Loved what he did with Dune. I actually think Dune's one of the most underrated movies out there. In fact, the movie was so. By the way, I don't know if you know much about the story about the movie, but Frank Herbert worked on the movie, and many of the changes made to the story were made with Frank's blessing. For example, did you read the original book Dune?
No, they were given to me, and I was told I was going to like that, but I never
Yeah, in the original book Dune, the weirding way was only the Bene Gesserit witchery, and it was actually kind of an after-the-fact thing for the movie. They realized that a much more interesting device would be using words as killing weapons and sonic powers and stuff. That was all stuff that was developed with Frank Herbert going into Dune. I thought anyway. David Lynch, it's it's a coin toss.
Mulholland Drive. I feel like did you enjoy Mulholland Drive? Maybe. No?
I have not seen Mulholland Drive. Is that a good one?
Okay. I liked it. Like Primer. I had the same experience watching Primer as I did Mulholland Drive, in that I had no idea what was happening throughout the whole movie, but I wanted to know, and then afterwards I had to go on the internet and read a book to understand the movie and decipher the code of the movie.
But that was definitely
sort of
more complicated than Primer. I mean, it's one where after you finish watching it, you definitely still don't know what's going on.
Well, another one to throw in the mix is the original Donnie Darko. Did you like Donnie Darko?
I liked it okay the first time I saw it, and the more I saw it, the more I discussed it with people and watched the commentary, and I really started to love it.
Well, this has been in a weird way, it kind of crafts what I try to do on my stage show. And I don't get much of an opportunity with 5 minutes on Scam School, but to me, all great art is about good questions. The questions are so much more interesting than the answers, and I can't think of a single example better than that than the ridiculous travesty of the last 3 Star Wars movies, where the first 3 Star Wars movies were all these fascinating questions. What is the Clone Wars? What's that? What's this crazy world with 2 suns? What's farming in the desert? That's crazy talk. And then the last 3 movies were all about answers. They're like, oh, so those were the Clone Wars, and oh, so I guess that's how Luke was born, and oh, all right. And there was nothing but fulfillment. And so for me, like, questions really do it for me in movies. That's why Primer I love so much, and Donnie Darko.
Well, you actually mentioned that earlier when that it's strong. I forgot what you said when you. What did you say earlier that was just like that? What were
I don't know. It was brilliant, though. Whatever it was.
It was brilliant, but it's everything is more powerful when you leave it for us to come to that realization.
Yeah.
It's I mean that's just general storytelling. Is that I think you were talking about stage shows. Matt, were you not saying something about that?
I don't know, but I'm interested to hear what you say.
Or something, or when we first started talking about. I don't remember, but...
I do remember. And this is something we talked about on the forums. It lays everything out in front of you, and only after the fact do you realize you should have seen it all put together. That's the heart of every good bar, even bar tricks and puzzles and scams and riddles. All of that stuff is when... and Teller from Penn & Teller had the best way of phrasing it, and I've never forgotten this. It was 15 years ago he told me this, but he said the heart of all great magic, and I think he meant all theater, but all magic is surprise. And the way he described it was, put 2 and 2 right in front of me, convince me it's 5, then reveal the truth, 4. And that's great theater. And I loved that presentation. Not that he said that you had to figure something out or everything switched around, but the idea that you could lay everything out in front of you, the truth, and only pull back the curtain and you see the truth, and it was right there the whole time. That's what really tickles it for me.
There's a great quote. I think it's William Goldman, who's a famous screenwriter, who said, "The best ending for a movie is inevitable yet unexpected."
Inevitable yet unexpected.
And both of us. I direct commercials, and I'm a storyteller. And it seems like the same, all the things that I think about can be applied to what you do professionally as well. And it's funny how movies, not just on the whole, what I just referenced about endings and story of a movie, but even the way a movie works, editing is literally taking 2 things that don't go together, putting 2 things synchronously that don't go together, and the viewer, has to makes up the truth that they will go together. It basically tells 2 lies, and we make up the truth. We infer the truth from that.
I like that.
Which is like it's how the only way to make it work is we have to do the work ourselves.
Right. You have to see the car and then see the little boy and realize, standing in the street, and realize what danger must be there, because nothing was explicitly stated. Hey, this kid has a chance of getting run into. That's all in your brain.
And it's even a minor thing. Literally, the way a movie works. It's even guy opens a door, and the next thing you see is him in his car driving off. You didn't have to see him walk outside the door and walk across the yard and get into the car. Those two edits told the story. Those two things that didn't literally go together, you made up the story. You had to bring that to it.
Let me ask you this. Since you are producing commercials now, how much does it change things to write commercials or to direct commercials in the TiVo age, where you realize you have exactly 3 seconds to make a pitch that somebody should sit and watch the rest of this?
Well, the way commercials works is the director doesn't really write the commercial. The ad agency does. So I don't know if you watch Mad Men, but that's sort of the inside look.
Should I? Is Mad Men a good one?
Oh, Mad Men is great.
Okay. I'm just, and by the way, you guys, I was so cheering for Jeff when you guys watched The Shield, which I still have not watched the last 5 episodes of The Shield. I'm still holding off on that. But now that The Shield's over with and I'm about to finish that, I'm looking for another thing to gobble up. So you say Mad Men's worth it?
Mad Men is great, and I will also say Jeff got me into Damages. And my brother and I sucked up the first season, and we're now on the second season. Damages is a freaking great show.
Do you watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
I watched I loved the first season, and I kind of gave up on it in the second season. And I know Jeff talks about the time, and I just I watch it now and then on Hulu.
Yeah, I'll tell you 2 things simultaneously. First of all, it gets much stupider after the first season, and much better after the first season. Once you give up and let go.
I think every individual episode is pretty hit or miss on that show.
I don't know, dude. They all, after a while, if you watch them straight through, they all feel pretty good. That one where Frank is doing the Die Hard. Did you see that one? Where he's going around in the vents. Did you see? Yeah.
Yeah. My all-time favorite is when Dennis pretends to be like some crunchy hippie guy, and then at the end it just leaves the guy chained up to the tree, and then screws his wife or whatever.
Oh, that's right. Just like he turns on the hate, and he just brings him down.
Yeah. Just boom, all of a sudden. Great one.
But is Breaking Bad good, Dan?
I haven't watched. Everyone's recommending that to me.
I hear great things about it. But you know what? I've actually gotten to where I'm ready to, from now on, experience series after the finale has come out. Like, I'm sad that I started watching Lost 2 or 3 years in. I kind of wish I had discovered it 3 months from now.
Agreed. It is Lost specifically, which you must love because there's
so many questions. J.J. Abrams is a genius. He's the guy. You know the story about J.J. Abrams and the Mystery Kid. Do you know about this?
Is this what I was thinking of? Why you must love it is he tells a story about the box.
Right.
Yeah. Is that?
Yeah. No. Tell it.
No, I mean you know it more than me. I just remember reading about how
in an interview, and this so speaks to his philosophy, because think about it. Lost right from the beginning, nothing but questions. Okay, there's a guy, he's laying down. There's a disaster. What the hell's going on? Who's that? And it's the questions that draw you in. And the whole thing that shaped his philosophy, he talks about when he was a kid, he bought a mystery box. It was like you could buy any toy you wanted, but he bought the mystery box that had some number of toys in there. And he said, to this very day, he has still never opened it, because whatever is actually in there, whatever crap trinkets are actually in the box, could not possibly be as good as the experience of knowing that anything could be in the box.
That seems so bizarre to be a little kid and to have that philosophy so strongly ingrained that you have the willpower to not open that box.
It does go with kid philosophy, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Well, for all we know, it was the 5th box he bought, and then he finally realized that not opening it was where it was at.
Those stories change over time.
Joss Whedon has a great quote for us to think, and he says, "Movies are the answer. Movies are the answer. TV is the question."
That's interesting.
And I think see that as movies beginning, middle, and end. And movies offer you the answer. And they offer you, here's the problem, here's what you do, and here's the answer to it. And TV constantly, week after week, asks more and more questions about its themes.
That's one thing
that providing.
Again, J.J. Abrams does extraordinarily well. Yeah. It's an onion. Lost is, by the time, and he gives you answers, and there's even moments in Lost. Are you all caught up on Lost, Dan?
I'm 2 episodes behind.
Okay, well, you're far enough in that you've had that experience of, questions that were so freaking important to you in the first season or second season that like somebody speaks them aloud, and it's so far after the fact, and they're so far into the next third, fourth, fifth layer of the onion that like there's this moment it's like, yeah, dude, and it's that, and then it's like, okay, well now you've said the words and it wasn't as special as I hoped, but and it's every time he gives you an answer, it's always 4 more questions. That's what I love about it.
I'm positive that if I saw that show all in one go, it would blow my mind.
Yeah.
Like there's a problem in that I constantly forget all the shit that has happened.
Yeah.
And I'm missing out some brilliant things. I know it. But not only that, but the nature of that show. I mean, that's what you were just saying. Like you wish you could watch things in their entirety, and like that's the incredible thing with watching things on DVD and all that stuff is when you watch a show like that's one huge story, it's amazing. It's so much better than week to week. So much better.
Yeah, totally. Well,
I think that's why Firefly has such a rabid following, is because most people only saw it in one big chunk. And
bingo. Bingo. That is
good point.
That is exactly right. Because all of fandom discovered it as one treasure trove all at once.
I'll tell you, that's very interesting because I was a Buffy fan, and I watched Firefly when it aired. I only watched 2 episodes, and I didn't like it.
What?
And then, a year later, my friend was like, dude, you got to watch Firefly. He sent me the DVD. This is an action that I took many times much later, and many of us did.
Yeah, I did.
I freaking devoured that thing, and I didn't watch the last episode. I watched the whole series in one sitting, practically, and that last episode I saved for so long. And I've since watched the entire series 3 times. And I'm actually watching Buffy currently. I'm on season 6 for the entire series for my 3rd time.
By the way, we had a little bit of an audio flake out here. Are you guys able to hear this? Dan?
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, I'm also a huge Buffy fan. In fact, I think the most recent time in my adult life that I've actually watched shows until the sun came up was watching Buffy, and it was this sick kind of like just one more, and it was. And are we back? Are we back?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, no, it was just watching it. Just one tasty morsel at a time. By the way, best part of the Buffy arc, I thought, was when they brought in the sci-fi element, and it was the love interest with her and the other guy, and they tamed Spike and all that. Loved all that.
The Initiative.
Yes,
yeah.
The Initiative. That's what it was.
I love that.
So
yeah, that's the greatest show of all time. I know.
Did you go? And forgive me, Brett. Maybe this happened to you too. Did you have the magical watching Serenity in the theater experience that I did after so much pain and anguish from Firefly?
There was at the part that there was definitely audible Dan gasp of what? No. And so I saw it in the theater. Yeah.
Hang on. We're by the way, the people in the chat room are getting annoyed with us because they don't feel like we're paying attention to
guys,
them.
I'm looking at the chat room. Dan loved out. I see it.
No. Look, we're the problem is we're trying to keep stuff afloat here.
Yeah, I need to I haven't talked about. I'm kind of flipping out on the inside that he's a Buffy guy because. I don't get to encounter Buffy people so often in life.
And no. Yeah, crazy about the Buffy. And
dude,
what do you think?
Are you reading season 8 in comics?
Yeah. Wait. My wife has read all of them. I've read the first 3 or 4 of the comics. In comics, though, I'm all about. Wait, you got no audio? You're shaking your head. No,
I
audio?
have audio. I'm just like.
Yeah. No, it's good. Yeah, I need to get on that. But you know what I'm reading? There we go. Is it back now?
Oh.
Yep.
Hello. Sir.
Yes. Back.
Back.
Back. Okay, good. All right, hold on. So that's a yes on audio or no?
Yes, audio. I still don't see video.
I hear you on audio.
Okay, good. Well then here, I'll turn that on now. I've got to do things in the right order, or it craps out even earlier. So this will be the last time I use the beta for the live cast. All right, let's see if we can switch this over here, and then I'm going to start the stream up again, and I think we're good. What were we talking about? We were talking about Joss Whedon. Oh no! Comic books. Comic
Your
books.
wife? Yeah.
I've gotten sucked aside. I am balls deep in The Walking Dead, dude. That is the best story experience. You're not excited about it.
I read the first. I read the first trade in a second, and I couldn't get into it. So it's definitely me because everyone loves it. I thought the first trade was like exactly. I like the premise of spending time in a total zombie, like what happens after 28 days later, or weeks later, and a week to week, I just found everything that happened to be completely expected. It's like exactly what I thought. There was no, I don't know, but I guarantee if I reread it, I'll love it.
If it didn't, I'm not gonna hold you to it. If it didn't take, it didn't take. That's no big deal. There's plenty of things that I just didn't get into that, I didn't get into Babylon 5. There, I said it.
Oh boy, oh dude, I can't. People really wanted us to review it on the show, and we said, we're gonna do it because none of us have seen Babylon 5, and we're all into J. Michael Straczynski in our own ways, and we all watched the pilot. Alex, I think, watched 8 episodes, and we couldn't believe how horrible it was. And all we get are like, you got to make it to the 3rd season. It gets amazing.
Yeah.
We know that the beginning sucks. Trust us, everyone knows the beginning sucks.
Although, same thing was true for Buffy. The first season of Buffy was a little bit painful to get through.
Jeff was going to watch Buffy. So the reason why I watched it for the 3rd time is my brother had never seen it. My brother loves True Blood, and I'm like, okay, if you love True Blood and you love Serenity and you love Firefly,
right?
The fantasy sci-fi stuff like I am. Fine. If that's the case, let's do it. And I bought the box set. We're gonna do it. And he hated the first season, and I'm sitting there rewatching with him.
Of Buffy, right? Yeah.
This is bad of Buffy. I'm sorry. Yes, and it's bad. And but I make him. I force him. And the finale of first season, good. Season 2, amazing. And
by the way, wasn't the beginning? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but all of a sudden you're bringing back these Buffy memories. Didn't the beginning of season 2 was like there's this whole first arc of the first season, and in season 2 they just come in like, yeah, screw that guy, and they kill him, and then it's just like, I'm the new bad guy. Isn't that what they did?
The kid that survived season 1, you thought was gonna be, and then Spike sort of becomes the big bad. It was season 2 introduced Spike, so Spike and Drusilla. Drusilla's on Twitter, by the way.
Is she really?
Yeah.
How about that?
I think she's at Juliet Landau. But the problem is Jeff was getting ready. He was gonna do. Jeff has never seen Buffy, and he was about to do it. I mean, he was about to do Buffy.
Right. Of course he was.
And I said, dude, don't. I couldn't make him do it because I had to tell him, you have to fight through season 1. You have to watch a whole season and hate it. And A, I can't bear to hear him say he doesn't like it.
Yeah.
And B, I only watched the first season of S.H.I.E.L.D. and I didn't like it. So I didn't get,
Dude, and by the way, S.H.I.E.L.D., if it didn't take you in the first episode, it was not going to take you.
Exactly.
Yeah, go on.
So, but I felt bad imposing this on Jeff because we all didn't do it, and I know what that feels like. So I said, Jeff, don't do it. So, I mean, it kills me because I feel like he would love it, but at the same time, he wouldn't. It's too hard to get to. Maybe one day when we're not doing the show and we don't have a million things to watch every day.
Yeah.
Be for him, but
I think
feel
I've
so
only
bad.
watched about the first half of the first episode of Buffy, and I didn't even make it through that.
Yeah, well, I don't blame you.
You talk about so rapidly for so long.
You know what it is? It's
I want you to.
Well, go ahead.
No, I just wish Brett would love it. It's just you got to get through it. Joss is fun. Same thing. I didn't love Firefly when I first saw it. It's like I don't know what it is about the way he opens his shows, but the characters are totally who they are, and you grow to love them, and you realize how brilliant they are, and there start to be much more to them, and when you first watch that's this so surfacey, and then you realize they're not who you thought they were, but better than that, he evolves them. They were who you thought they were, but they're growing.
He is great at characters, and what's great about him is that he will do something and then undo them, which is, I don't know. I mean, it's almost intentional. I don't know if we go ahead.
I think what's interesting is his characters always stay true to themselves. You just don't realize who his characters are until they make that big, bold move that you weren't expecting.
Well,
there it is.
Which again, everything was there. Like the person was always the same person. You just didn't see until you got down to this layer under here. Yeah.
You guys, I've been struggling to articulate that forever, and now I have something to say when I'm trying to describe what that is. And when we eventually review Dollhouse and TRS, I am plagiarizing what you guys just said.
All right, good.
That's the problem with his opening, getting into his shows. But that's what makes them so wonderful. So favorite scenes from Firefly, and I'm speaking for you guys because I know it's true, were the dinner table scenes.
Yes.
And you just, I know, because everyone has that experience, because you love you feel like you are at dinner table, and the characters are so themselves. They are, that guy is that guy, and that chick is that chick, and they're bonding, and you want to see them connect, and the people that don't like each other, you want them to like each other, and the people that do like each other, it's like,
they're real
really
to you.
existing.
They've got real meat under them puppet bones.
And then inside those characters, you still have those holy crap moments where some guy puts another guy into an engine, and you're like, holy shit! But that's exactly what he would do.
Right.
You have to watch Buffy. You got. Just do it, man. I will impose it on.
I think you'll get it. If you look, consider the entire first season, and you got to realize that there will not be one moment in the whole first season that you'll enjoy. You're going to take it all like medicine, but once you do, you're going to be drinking the Kool-Aid the rest of the way down.
Exactly, because
that's horrible.
You can't tell someone to do. You need to bond with the characters. That's what you get out of season 1. We all just said, you know who they are. And that way you go into season 2. Sorry, my crapping out a little bit. You go into and he starts subverting, and that's what makes Joss wonderful.
Yeah. Which, by the way, it's all the better that, and I don't know if you knew this about Joss, but he's like a crazy hardcore socialist, and for him to have a whole show that's about essentially anarcho-libertarianism, like complete no law, freedom, every man's his own person, and to represent that so poetically and to really give his heart into selling it when you know that politically on a personal level that's not what he's about at all. I find very
engaging. Really interesting. I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Interesting. Yeah. Man.
So what do you think of the Dollhouse, the new Dollhouse series? I've only seen the first episode.
Well, Jeff and Alex are not listening, so I can divulge. I just watched the first 2 episodes. As that's all you can watch.
Was the second episode substantially different from the first? Because I did see the first one.
I did not think so. It's hard I don't even want to talk about it because I remember how I felt about his other shows, and I really don't like them. The main problem I have is Faith was my least favorite character in Buffy. I'm not a fan of that actress, and she's the lead of the show.
It's hard for me to let go of Faith as well, because it's like, and what's funny is I didn't even remember what character she was in Buffy, but the moment I saw her, I'm like, that's that bitch that I hated from that show, wasn't it? And and it's hard to let go of that, which is not fair.
Yeah.
I don't even know her from Buffy, and her delivery just seems so wooden that I absolutely didn't get into her character at all.
The problem is, and this sounds like I'm just a Joss Whedon fan, so I'm going to take the stance, but I mean, I am, but I don't think it comes from that place. I feel like I hear good script, I hear really good words, but the way they are delivered are not. There's so many times where there's something like the Xander character, the Wash character, the blonde guy, Brian Kranz is the actor, who's in an amazing movie called The TV Set, which you haven't seen, you must see. It's great. And he's great in that movie. But he says something like, "Oh, it's the Squigglies." Oh, was she talking about like her lifeline? He says like if Xander said that or if Wash said that, hysterical. But the way he said it, funny in any way. It's like there's a Joss Whedon writes scripts in a certain almost the way Kevin Smith writes dialogue, or like they have a certain pentameter to it, a certain rhythm of speech that I feel
you
like
can
they
almost
should be
feel the punch coming with both of their dialogue. You could feel them running around in circles, and then you could feel that moment was like, coming that.
Yeah, the actors, I'm not into it. But I felt that way about Firefly, and I might suddenly fall in love. So.
Yeah, well, and that's true. I tell you, it's a tough thing though, because the very nature of this vehicle should be a showcase for a crazy savant talented actor or actress. You know who they should have gotten for this is the chick who the chick who's on Terminator, who was on Serenity Firefly. What's her name? Summer Glau. She's got phenomenal range and the ability. Like there are moments. Do you watch Terminator? You watch the Sarah Connor Chronicles?
I watched the pilot and I gave up on it, and I probably shouldn't because I hear it's great.
It's not great. It's good though. It's fun, and I tell you, as a showcase for Summer Glau, it's amazing because she will, like a machine, turn stuff on and then turn it off. She's got phenomenal range and is amazing. Plus, she's amazing.
I was gonna say, but I do want to say about Dollhouse that it is really, it has all the makings of a good series. There's like 5 aspects to the premise that are perfect. As a man who loves questions, there are so many areas for things to evolve and things to be turned on their heads and not be what you expected. And it's definitely, I know why this show was greenlit. You know what I mean? I just had to see it capitalized on. But we're watching. He's a genius. Joss Whedon is a genius, and Brett, you referenced the moment from Firefly that is a great way to articulate his genius. He's brilliant at giving you the genre and subverting it. And it's like he does the scene. The scene in the second episode of Firefly where the guy's telling him, he's like, wherever you go, we will find you. Whatever you do, we'll be there. And he goes, oh, okay. So then he kicks him into the engine of the thing and it kills him.
Right.
You know what I mean? He's a genius of giving you the stereotypical genre and then completely subverting it. Now, within the episodes that we've seen so far, we haven't gotten that. I think we're getting this is what you think it is. This is what the obvious thing is, and then later we will get but it ain't that.
Well, I'll tell you the biggest hurdle it has for me right now is that the premise is so over the top and so difficult to swallow on a practical level. The idea of something, a project that enormous, and I'm trying to be vague to not ruin anything, but a project that enormous being able to exist that underground. And with all those, I mean, it's the Dark Knight. I'm thinking you can't form those syllables without a lip, and I shouldn't be. You should be taking me into other places.
I'm so envious of Josh Whedon though, because I mean he has this amazing reputation. It's kind of like Pixar. Like Pixar, I hear that a movie is coming out where a man flies away in his house on balloons. I don't think, oh, that's a crappy premise. I think, oh, how is Pixar going to make that an awesome premise?
Yeah, I tell you, they're still batting 1,000. The only movie I haven't seen is Ratatouille, so I don't know if that sucks or not, but everything else I've seen has been pure gold.
Oh, it's great. You'll love that. You got to watch it with your kid.
Yeah, well, my kids have already watched it. That's why I don't want to be the guy going there watching it by himself or downloading it by himself.
Well, they'll watch it again. They'll love it. It's great.
All right.
I'm Finding Nemo and Incredibles are my top echelon.
Really? What's funny is Incredibles is my all-time top of Pixar, and Finding Nemo is my vanilla, most blandy bland of all of Pixar stuff.
Really?
Yeah, just because, I mean, everyone liked it, and, what's the
I think that should have won Best Picture that year. I think that should have won Best Screenplay. Honestly, I don't know who I was talking to about this recently, but that is the most perfect. If you want to teach a screenwriting class, that is a script, and it's
Finding Nemo is?
Finding Nemo. It speaks to what you were bringing up earlier of what J.J. Abrams does with bosses. He gives the answer and he sets up 4 new questions, and that Finding Nemo does that in a much more concise way, and there's every obstacle that is overcome, as he's overcoming it, the seeds of a new one have started, and then he's completed a hurdle, and now there's a new obstacle.
Right.
And he's got to complete that, and now there's a new one. It's brilliant, perfect. It doesn't meander. It's tight and a wonderful. I think of like the scene in these, and while those hurdles are taking place, you're learning about their character. It's not like this scene is about character and this scene is about plot. It's all moving in one, graph.
Well, let me say two things. First of all, somebody in the chat room was saying, "What? You liked Cars?" And it's like, dude, I'll be the first to admit that the premise of Cars is Doc Hollywood with the Chevron cars. But but here's the thing: when you hear a masterful musician, when you hear a string quartet play Amazing Grace, and it's the most beautiful, gorgeous sound you've ever heard in your entire life, you don't say to yourself, that song was made 400 years ago. You're too busy being swept up by listening to amazing, masterful storytelling with music. And that's the way I feel like Pixar is. Even something as tired as the Doc Hollywood motif with Cars, I felt like they executed brilliantly. And my daughter has made me watch it a lot. But back to Finding Nemo. I don't know. Maybe I'll give Finding Nemo another fair shake. But
no, I'm not saying I actually don't. I really didn't like Cars.
You didn't like Cars? Well, that's all right.
I really didn't like it almost.
What?
Unfortunately.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's crazy. All right. Well, let me get to this though. How amazing was it that a movie like The Incredibles could be made? Because I mean, to me, to put The Incredibles with the same class as either Cars or Finding Nemo, because they both seem to fill the same niche in each of our Pixar brains. Is a movie that's about a guy having a midlife crisis and coming to grips with his new role as a dad and not being a kid, not being a young Turk anymore. I mean, it was that movie. Like, there are substantial parts of it that I'm uncomfortable having my daughter watch with the parents arguing with each other, and I mean, it's so not a kids movie. People are dying and killing each other. I mean, it's that movie is so awesome.
They have their brilliant. They are. If ever anyone ever wanted to, to every screenwriter who pitches their Air Bud and say it's for kids and adults,
right?
Pixar are the only people that really follow through on that promise. They really do make shit. What's that?
It impressed me to no end how good and consistent the writing that comes out of Pixar is, considering no one there started out as a writer. It is all animators telling amazing stories,
no
and
kidding.
it's through the animation they learned how to do all this.
Brett is knowledgeable. Disney. I take that as truth. Oh, Brett, we were talking tonight. Alex was just at Disneyland. This is completely changing gears. I was telling them how you can eat everything in Tomorrowland, and they said
called
that
the Agri-Future.
They said technically, they were like, well, technically you can, but you can't actually go take something. And I was like, no, Brett, you told me he used to, when he would just walk by and grab. So tell me, am I right or was I lying?
I'm pretty sure they wouldn't let you just go take stuff. I don't think they. Sorry, I'm getting the echo again.
Yeah, sorry, that's my fault. I'm trying to fix that. Sit tight.
Okay. Anyway, they don't say, hey, go take all of our lemons or whatever. But if you want to go take a lemon and no one's going to stop you, and they taste awesome.
So you would, but it wasn't really
allowed, but you could eat them if you acquired it.
Right, yeah, and it's all edible. It's like kale and peppers and strawberries and persimmons, and it's actually kind of a really neat take on landscape architecture in general. But
and this is in which section?
This is in Tomorrowland.
Wait,
when they redesigned Tomorrowland about 10 years ago, they called it the Agri-Future. And so that was basically their vision of the future. They're going to have these beautiful landscapes, but they serve this humanitarian purpose at the same time by growing all this food for people.
Huh.
Now, I'm going to switch gears again, Brian. I want to ask you, because I know so little about your background, and I've been very curious about it.
That's probably for
when
the
we hang
best.
out, I'll ask you more. But what got you into this? Did the scam stuff get you in, as we were talking about, or did the magician stuff get you in, and then you which did you start with, and then which did you?
Oh no, I'm very much a magician looking to introduce himself to a seedy corner of the bar. When I got started, as a kid, I was a huge fan of Penn and Teller. Loved all the stuff that Ricky Jay was doing, and loved the outrageous. Every time the amazing Jonathan would do something on these magic specials, you'd have all these magic specials. It would be an hour of douchebags and sequins, and then you had this guy who come out with fake blood and a bunch of tricks. He never even got around to doing a damn trick, but he actually had character and was entertaining the entire time, right?
I remember a high school teacher would show us his acts. Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah, well, and so those are the influences. I knew I liked magic. Everything I saw around me in magic was very dorky. I mean, this is when I was getting into this. I was in college. It was in late '90s. The world's greatest magic specials were still on. Magic equaled sequins, tigers, and douchebags. And and this is probably how show how old I am here. But to me, one of the most magical, amazing experiences I ever had was on the Lollapalooza tour when the Jim Rose Circus Sideshow came out. And they had sword swallowers and guys who would pump their stomachs on stage. And the Torture King would shove skewers through his body. And there was this amazing control, this hypnotic control he had over the audience, where something about the horrific nature about what you're watching drew everybody in, and he owned them. And that, to me, was always like, man, what if you could take magic and actually make it cool, make it rock and roll, punk rock like that. And so that's why, over time, my show kind of became, I stopped calling it a magic show and started calling it Bizarre Magic, because I wanted to make it clear that you don't want to book me for your kid's 8-year-old birthday party. And especially, it was only like 3 or 4 years ago that I started evaluating, because I was like, okay, this is my little traveling stage show that I do to colleges all across the United States. Now I want to try to get into bigger media. Who am I going to be? What is my character in this larger scene? And it was sort of, I don't want to sound opportunistic, but I looked at the things that I was into, the things that I liked, and I was thinking, how can I fit this into the emerging spaces? And
finding your voice.
Well, and not only finding my voice and finding where there would be room for my voice, because you may be, you could probably come up with a better film analogy than me, but for sake of our current discussion, let's say I love everything Joss Whedon's doing, and I decide I want to be the next Joss Whedon. Bad news, Joss Whedon still has another 20 years till he's out of this game, and nobody's going to be Joss Whedon except for Joss Whedon. And likewise, I already went through that, because I wanted to be Penn and Teller, but Penn and Teller are still going to be Penn and Teller. But, looking around, it's like, wow, Ricky Jay is really not doing his thing anymore. And, this idea, Harry Anderson isn't doing his thing anymore. And I really felt like there was an opportunity to be this kind of, to fill the niche of being the teacher of skullduggery, basically. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. So that is why you started being who you are.
No, that's not. I mean, I always was who I was, but the reason I get to do what I do now is because I looked at what am I interested in, what do I like to do, and luckily found a spot that seems to be undermet right now on the internet. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah. No. And it's awesome. We just talked about it at the end of the last TRS, and I said that you frame your show as like a way to get free drinks or whatever, but I said I use it, and I advised people to it's great to watch an episode before I'm going out with my girlfriend, or if I was dating, I would probably watch an episode real quick. Or when I was going to a family dinner with my girlfriend's family, and it gave me sort of something to impress the family with. You know what I mean? It's like something to do.
Right.
When you're out with friends and be the guy, be the man.
Well, and the show just as easily could be, be the guy or get the girl or impress your friends.
Yeah.
But I felt like, none of those would quite have the punch that would take the show where I wanted to be. And that's why we dress it up in bar culture and we make it all about winning drinks. But it's not, I'm sure half of our audience is under the age of 12 and loves it.
Right.
If they're anything like I was.
About that. It's awesome. Have you you're definitely a fan of Michel Gondry. There's no way you're not.
Oh yeah. That's who we should have been talking about as well.
Yeah.
He directed Being John Malkovich and Adaptation, right?
That's Spike Jonze. It's funny you should say that because they are similar and they both come from commercials and videos. Michel Gondry did Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless
Okay, that's what I was
Mind.
thinking of. But all those were written by Charlie Kaufman.
You got it.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. That's why I'm getting them mixed up. Yes, love Michel Gondry stuff. And by the way, you've seen the stuff that Michel Gondry's been doing on YouTube, right?
You mean like the Be Kind Rewind dish things? Or
No.
the
Like
Rubik's thing?
like when he solved a Rubik's Cube with his feet, that kind of stuff.
Have you seen his music videos? He's got a DVD of all of his earlier work.
I've seen a lot of them on YouTube, and Spike Jonze as well. Both of their stuff. I could watch that stuff all day long.
Okay, good, because they're all magic tricks basically. And Michel Gondry was very influenced by magic growing up, and he actually referenced a show that he watched, a show growing up, where a magician would do a trick every episode, and then if you tuned in next week, he would tell you how last week's episode was done.
No
last
kidding.
week's trick was done. And that's why, I sent you an email when you first came on Version 3, because I thought that would be a great hook for a show. I'm wondering if you know of that show. I wish I knew the name of the French magician.
If you find it out, please let me know, because I'd be super interested to track that down. There is some really interesting stuff on European television involving magic, because they don't have the kids show stink about magic that we do in America. They had a show called The Secret Cabaret with some of the most amazing punk rock kind of magic. In fact, let me do and I'm apologize for this. It's going to take just a second, but there's one particular bit that just gives me chills every time I watch it. Simon Drake Secret Cabaret. We'll see. Maybe we'll do Sawing in Half. Maybe.
By the way, while you're doing this,
Yes.
did you see Man on Wire?
No. Is that good?
Dude, we're not. You're not going to talk about it right now, but
right.
You have to see that movie. Must.
All
Must.
right.
Your favorite movie. I mean, dude. Like now. I'm pretty sure it's a watch instantly. It just won the Academy Award. If you saw the guy's acceptance speech, you would know why you must see it. It is Brian Brushwood, the movie. I mean, there's movies there's movies for me in my life where I'm like, that is me, the movie. Like, that movie felt like it was made for me. I only know you from our conversation.
You know me. I'm an open book. I'm not one of those guys that gets off on being one person in one place.
Dude, that movie is made for you.
All right. Well, hold on. Unfortunately, we're a little bit frozen. This is a throwback to the past here. Let me back this up. We're gonna have to listen to this music. It's gonna make us go like 2/3 of the way through this before I can fix this. That's a bummer. That's something that the original YouTube did, or the original VidBlaster did. That this one was supposed to fix, and it did fix when we practiced it earlier. But unfortunately, once the live stream started, I was unable to. All right, here oh no, I can't. Oh, I can't kill the stream either. That's a bummer. Well, you can listen to this this particular piece. It's incredibly disturbing. Oh wait. You can almost see it here. You can't see it. Let me... That's a bummer. We can watch Brett's reaction to trying to watch it, though. It's very disturbed.
Why can't we see drag that window? I feel like
I can't. Everything freezes up because the stream is prioritized so high. Oh, all right, we're almost there.
That would be hysterical if you accidentally had porn like open on another tab.
That would be hilarious. That would be.
Have you seen that? There was a internet thing going here where a guy did that. Did you see that?
With the screensavers? That happened to Marty and Kevin.
No, not that. It was had a demo of a product. It was just a web page, and we had to freeze frame his web page.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And in his tabs was like sexteacher.com or something. Was one of his tabs that was open. It was just there in the background of his browser. It was hysterical.
All right, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna put this here, and it's worth watching the whole thing. And I'm actually gonna. I may end up hurting the vid stream here. Hold on. This just in. Apparently we all look fucking gay. Just in case you were wondering if we were live on the internet or not. Okay, so let me see if I can set this capture area. What a bummer. Man, I was trying this out, this new thing. I was so excited about how everything was rocking and working flawlessly. And of course, everything went to crap. Okay, here we go. I want you to watch this and realize this came out in 1988 when David Copperfield was at his hairiest, when Penn and Teller were still doing Saturday Night Live, when Night Court was still on the air. This thing came on in Europe. Crazy midget orderlies. Oh, you can't see anything. Damn it. All right, everyone else is going to watch.
I'm seeing things.
There you go.
Doctor. We're doing like an audio commentary.
I am so glad we didn't watch this before the Wolfman raid.
Oh, dude. So they lay the saw across like they're gonna do the traditional cutting a guy in half magic thing. And then they're like, "Hello, I got an idea."
Well, they're playing it as if like they're really going to.
It's the surgical precision.
Right.
And this music is haunting.
The heartbeat is what's killing me.
This is primetime television in the mid-1980s. then the credits rolled on the original. Like, that's literally how the episode ended.
Wait, I haven't seen. I'm on the delay, so I haven't seen the. Seeing song.
And then that's how it ends. All right, hold on. I think we might be able to actually fix all this now. I don't know if we're... are we fixed? Everything running here? Are you back with us, Dan?
So that's how that episode
I'm still watching. He's being sawed in half. There's a lot of blood.
Okay. Yeah, that's how, like, the show was called The Secret Cabaret, and it was, they would feature all kinds of weird, variety performers and just bizarre, awesome, strange magic. They had this one thing, this guy had he had a whole, road warrior character worked out, and, Google Secret Cabaret, you'll find a bunch of links to it. But just the idea that something could be so far out there, outside of what magic was, that really did a lot for me. And by the way, I realize I'm probably scaring the shit out of Dan. I'm not, there's what we wish we could be, and there's what we know we are. And I'm very happy. Wait, what?
No, I wouldn't sell yourself so short.
Oh, no. Well, I'm just saying, I don't want you to think, hey, I love blood and guts and killing people, but I do think fake blood is hilarious in my
It sounds like this sort of open the door for you into seeing what magicians could be. What you didn't have to be the sequence. It sounds like you were saying that this sort of said you can do it differently.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was definitely a big part of it, was having kind of the doors blown off of everything I thought magic had to be. And let me tell you, magic is very inbred. It's very incestuous. People develop routines without ever having the intention of performing them to real audiences. The only place they want to perform them is at magic conventions to impress other magicians, to win awards from magicians for how great their magic routines are. Does that make sense?
It's like prestige.
Yeah,
sort of.
yeah.
Like
only
that's the competition.
Yeah, only in the prestige they went out and performed for real people from time to time.
Right, but I just mean there's that sort of internal showmanship of wanting to one up your peer more than or that drive is equal to blowing the minds of of the audience.
Oh yeah, I would say that's definitely true.
Wow, that's interesting, man. That's a world that I'd love to see the behind this curtain, but at the same time, you don't.
I tell you what, if you saw behind the curtains, it would not be the Prestige, it would be Trekkies. I mean, you've seen that movie, right? That is exactly what somebody should do Trekkies, but about magicians.
Oh, that is something? Or you're saying we should?
Have you not seen the movie Trekkies?
I've seen Trekkies. Are you saying that there is a documentary
like
that?
No, there should be. I could make a mint and be hated by magicians the world over.
Yeah, I said the problem is you can't reveal stuff, right? How are you? Now
you can reveal
stuff.
What a socially awkward bunch we magicians are without giving away a trick.
Yeah, but the thing you want out of that documentary, though, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah. Trust me. You get enough people, and you say, "Hey, why don't you show us the new trick you just bought?" They will demonstrate it, and in the process of demonstrating it, cannot help but like, oops, you'll get the stick shows up moments or the thread or whatever.
How are you, not do divulge how you do? How is that?
How is that possible?
How is that accepted?
I don't know. It's a very interesting tightrope dance, and I wish I understood. Let me tell you, man, when Scam School launched, I was effing terrified of the response it was going to get from magicians, because all I knew is the last time somebody tried to reveal something, he was wearing a mask, and it didn't go very well. And I was terrified that I was going to get the masked magician response. Was shocked that universally, 100%, the response has been overwhelmingly positive to Scam School. And the quality of the magic I think I'm teaching is much better than what you learned in those masked magician specials. And I think what I decided is that what matters more than anything is respect for the source material. I think because very clearly, and I was just talking about this in that interview I did today, there's magic there's teaching and then there's exposure. Technically, they both involve the same machinations, but exposure is something that, says, I don't dig these guys. They're a bunch of douchebags. They're just doing a bunch of crap. It's just a trick. And then the other side is it's teaching. It's just like, look, you can do this too, but you've got to learn this skill and have, and learn it. You can't help but build respect when you're learning and lose respect when stuff's just being exposed. And we're very much teaching.
Awesome.
I think another big key there is that as bad as it sounds, other magicians can still look down upon the people you're teaching, because not only are they the people learning, gaining respect, but Trekkies are Trekkies because some people know more than others, and they lord that over, right? That's what makes them so socially awkward. And so in this case, with the masked magician, he was showing off something they could not possibly ever replicate. You're not going to walk in and elevate in a bunch of mirrors.
Right.
And here, these people can do the little puzzle or the human chimney, and a magician can still sit on his throne and kind of laugh.
But the flip side happens as well, because to be honest, everything we're doing in Scam School, anyone who's a professional magician or amateur magician or who has really gotten into magic knows there's about 15 to 20 secrets that comprise the bulk of all the really big secrets in all of magic. And we haven't really, we've skirted around them or found interesting applications that don't feel like the same thing at all. And so as a result, we take stuff that maybe they might have perceived as beneath them because they aren't the real secrets. And they can feel from their place on high, be like, oh, that's nice that he found something to do with that old thing. And I think there's a lot of that going on, so that they forgive Scam School as we're like, oh, it's good for people getting into it, the small people. By the way, that's a hell of a screen freeze that we just had right there. That's one where I appear to be measuring the length of my penis there, which
I think that's important. Not the measuring of penis length, but that the magicians can still feel more important than the people there.
Yeah, that's good that we have somebody to feel more important than.
Well, it makes sense too that you're saying it's like, it sounds like it's not necessarily technically how you do the trick. The math is in the performance of it. Like, I mean, I definitely went through a phase that I'm sure most kids do, and where you're interested in magic, and you buy the cups and balls, and I bought a book with the card tricks, and I learned about forcing the deck, and forcing the card.
Look at that. Talk about something we haven't even gotten to yet. We have not even mentioned the F word on Scam School. 50 episodes, and we've never even gotten to that part.
Yeah, and I think once you realize that the trick is always it's like it happens before you know what I mean? Like, you're presenting what the trick is, but the trick is actually something else, and you realize it's not. What makes it exciting is the story you tell, and is the way you date the trick. It's not, if you knew what the trick was. I mean, we're going in circles now because we've sort of already discussed this with other things.
Well, and it's funny how much crossover there is between good storytelling and screenwriting and direction and magic. I mean, they're all different iterations of the same game.
But it seems like that's why like, it doesn't matter if you're telling us how you could do this trick. It's because ultimately these people are not going to become great. We're not going to become great magicians because of it. It's all just sort of interesting, and we could do one trick if we try really hard. But there's a skill to it that if you want to teach, I mean, if you want to learn, you can go really seek it out, and your show is a great
gateway drug.
Exactly.
That's what I'm trying to be. I'm trying to be the gateway drug to magic, where and that's the difference, is that nothing that you see in and what's sad is there are people who love magic who want to learn the secrets, so they watch the Masked Magicians and they walk away with nothing usable, nothing that they could do for their friends. They're no better from it. They're like, well, now I know that magicians are douchebags, and that's all they get out of it. Scam School, I really want it to be an infection to where maybe you watch 4 or 5 episodes, you're like, oh, that's kind of fun. I'm glad nobody will be able to pull those on me now. But around the 5th or 6th episode, I want you to be like, you know, I actually can see myself doing that one. And then before you know it, you actually go out and try one. That's what I wanted to. My brother actually came up with the best phrase. He said, "Scam school, turning social caterpillars into social butterflies," which I thought was a neat idea.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It's like when you were talking about whether or not people use it for getting free drinks or for, I think they're all just synonyms for social lubricants that people have to open up.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't have to be, you know, and again, for all the jokes we make about drinking, you know, it's actually, this is probably what's going to keep a lot of people from feeling the need to drink when they go to a party and don't know people around them. Hopefully.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not a drinker, so I mean that is like I said, like it's a great.
Now, here's the one thing I worried about, and I'm sorry to interrupt. But
No.
But you know, I like the shorthand that the whole winning a free drink provides. You know, I never drank until I was in my 20s, growing up. But does it bother you not being a drinker that the show's wrapped up in bar culture and hooray drinking?
It's definitely just it's the framing device for the. It's like I'm not a. I mean, any show will do. I don't know why I'm struggling, but I'm not. It's like any story. I did not befriend an alien growing up, yet I completely identify with the story of E.T.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
Yes, I wouldn't go to a bar and use that to get drinks. I think in general, I think in general, most people aren't. I would say 95% of people aren't going to actually try and get a free drink.
Right. Well, certainly not off a random stranger like, "Hello there, my name is Two-Tone Johnny, and I'm here to scam you out of those fancy new shoes."
But it is a great.
I think it's useful that every other episode you don't get a free drink anyway. It's framed around something else.
Yeah.
It's just a great framing device for the show, you know, and it allows me to apply it to my life, you know. So I go, well, I don't drink, but I mean, you couldn't every episode say, well, now I'm gonna try and befriend my girlfriend's parents. And now I'm going to try and pick up a girl using this.
You know what? I mean, we're kind of laughing at that, but to be honest, you know, who knows? By the time we get to episode 100, maybe that wouldn't be a bad device. Because one of the things I'm hoping.
That's not bad.
Well, because I'll tell you one thing. Early on, when I first started watching Totally Rad Show, I was very engaged by the setup was infectious. To be honest, I'm pretty sure it's the theme song that caused me to go back and watch it. You know, I'm like, the hell is this show? I watched 5 minutes of it, and then 2 days later, I'm like, I want to hear that Totally Rad song again. And then I started watching the show. But by now, I don't even care what you guys talk about. Today, we're gonna grade our farts on Totally Rad Show, and I will sit there watching the whole thing because I just want to hang out with you guys again. And it is my hope that we can follow a similar track on Scam School of, you know, always be giving information, always be teaching something, but that it may be less about, you know, a free drink trick every time.
It is totally that's how I receive it, and I think that's clear that so you're executing on a message that you are hoping to execute on for sure.
Well, good.
But I would also say that is kind of an interesting idea of changing the parameters of. This week we are in someone's. If you've exhausted every bar in the. Do you guys shoot in San Francisco or you shoot all over?
we shoot in San Francisco, but it's interesting that I mean I guess consciously you didn't even notice. Oh look, we're frozen. Look at how I'm frozen. I appear to be very stoned. It's interesting because I guess you didn't realize that we've already started to do that. All the Strength School episodes. With Dennis Rogers, we're not scamming free drinks. There's no way you're going to walk in and say, watch me bend this frying pan to score a free drink. But I loved that my friend Dennis Rogers was willing to tip these secrets behind the fake strongmen. So I mean, I guess it worked pretty seamlessly then.
It would be great. Was that one with would use the YouTube clips on the internet?
No. Dennis Rogers was the strongman stuff, the bending the horseshoe and the rolling the frying pan, tearing up the phone book.
I'm an asshole. I haven't seen it.
That's all right. No. That's all right. You'll see. They fit right in with all the others. I mean, it's.
I love. Yeah. No. Eventually, it'd be great to like. We're here with Kevin Smith. You know what I mean? Like to be scam like.
Yeah, well, yeah, that would be okay. I mean, can you make some
Sure.
phone calls? We'll see. We'll see if we can do that.
No, but I just mean in general, like it's cool that it can always the show works. The show just works. It'll work wherever you are. It can always, you could be in the frickin' Dominican Republic, calypso music, and you're scamming. I don't know.
That's right. No, that's right. Well, and I don't know who knows how who knows where it's going to go. And I guess that's I'm so jealous because you guys with Totally Rad Show have a format that could last forever. There is nothing exhausted. I mean, you'll always have to think of a new movie to parody this week and that kind of thing. But there's always new stuff, and there's always your commentary to offer with it. Whereas Scam School is just like, I can see 50 episodes out. I can maybe picture 100 episodes out, but beyond that, I'm just like, surely I'll be out of tricks by then. I got to come up with a new gig.
No, I got to say I have thought about that. I was like, well, how many of these do you have?
Well, I mean, you haven't noticed a loss of quality yet, have you?
I haven't.
Okay,
no,
good.
I'm behind,
okay.
So I don't know. Maybe it's starting to suck. I have no idea. I have to see Dennis Rogers. I don't know how that one goes.
No, actually, those are some of my favorite. If half of them are really good secrets, too. The other ones are more character-based with Dennis Rogers. And that's the thing that amazes me is that every episode, half the people hate him and half the people love him. So I don't know.
I think that's probably true of just about.
Now I'm brainstorming as to. I mean, I can do that any other time, but I wonder what else. There seems to be there should be a way to find that format that's never ending within what you do. I don't know what it is.
Actually, a splinter. Okay, so talking about filling spaces, and I apologize, I'm keeping the camera on you because I'm rubbing my eye because something flew into it just now.
What if I rub my eye? Then what happens?
Oh, it's getting worse. Here, we'll cut to this, and then nobody needs to see. There you go. You can watch me rub my eye from behind. We were just talking about, why I came up with Scam School the way I did. And the truth is, like 5 years ago, I really had an interest. I took a class in college called pseudoscience that was all about, by the way, in the chat room they're saying, rub your eye if you hate diabetic people.
That's awesome.
I took a class in college called pseudoscience and the paranormal, which was all about guys who can claim to read minds or talk to dead people, or how astrology and that kind of thing works. And it was a mind-blowing class for me, and so I actually wrote a lecture called Scam, Sasquatch, and the Supernatural that was about exactly that, sharing the insider's knowledge as to how people fool people. And unfortunately, right after I wrote it, Penn and Teller came out with their show on Showtime, their show Bullshit. And as much as I wanted to be and do and be this educator and give this insider magician skeptic voice, that niche was 100% completely filled, and there was nothing I could do about it. And so this is sort of my retreat right now, back to this turf where it's just like, well, this is also material that I know and I'm comfortable with, and so that's where Scam School came from. So in the vein of what you're talking about long term, I would love it if in the next few years I could eke back into that James Randi skeptic kind of space.
Awesome. Yeah, that there's a clear path to that you're doing now, a clear place to evolve from what you're doing now to that.
I thought Brett was making fun of me rubbing his eye there. All right, well,
it's like yawn.
It's like a yawn.
It's 2:20 Central Time, 3:20 a.m. East Coast.
Oh, yeah, I'm chilling. It's just midnight here.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Look, it was totally worth doing.
Some video game. Not.
Well, Brian has pink eye, he says, because he hates diabetics. Oh, my contact just freaked out of nowhere. Look, I can't thank you enough, Dan, for hopping in. And I know schedule will be totally insane, but I will have nothing going on when you guys are doing your stuff. I would love to just come and be in the audience and watch you guys. I think it's
Definitely,
super
and
cool.
we're gonna call you. We're gonna brainstorm some stuff. Beyond that.
Well, can I tell you an idea I had for TRS a while ago? Because we were trying to come down to L.A. for a bit.
Okay.
I don't know. Should I say this in a public forum or see what you think?
I don't know. Maybe not, because it might be what we want to talk to you about. So.
No, this is different.
Okay.
I think it's different.
Well, who knows? Who knows?
Okay, you know what? Actually, I'll keep you on the line. We'll go ahead and cut off the live stream. Dan Trachtenberg, totally rad show. And by the way, don't hang up either of you guys, because I'm going to wrap up and stop recording this 4-hour monstrosity. Dan Trachtenberg, totally rad show. Amtrekker at amtrekker.com. Brett Rounceville. Anything else you guys want to say or plug?
No, that's fun.
No.
Wow.
Yeah.
Epic train wreck evening. Okay, I'm gonna stop recording.